Okay, I think we're all got a good crowd here. We're ready to get started. Good morning. Welcome to the 592nd board meeting of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board here in Fresno. This meeting of the board is called to order at 9 a.m. on Friday, April 19th, 2024, and a quorum of the board is present. I am Mark Bradford, Chair of the Central Valley Water Board, and I will introduce the other board members in just 1 minute. First, the clerk will read a statement on how to participate in the meeting. Mindy?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Maxwell, and I am the clerk to the board. I will provide some information on how public participation will be organized for today's meeting. If you wish to make a verbal comment on one of the board items, or if you want to make a comment during public forum, you must be in person, using Zoom webinar, or calling in by phone. If you are currently watching the webcast on calspan.org but wish to comment, please email agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov now and request the registration link. I will respond to the email with the registration link. Once the form is submitted, you will automatically receive the Zoom link via email. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please virtually raise your hand and you will be called upon. If you are using a computer or tablet, please click the raise hand button. If you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. If you want to speak and do not raise your hand, your chance to speak could be missed. If you are in person at the meeting and wish to speak, please fill out a blue card at the registration table and provide it to the staff person. If you are not on the registration list and wish to speak, please leave your hand raised until you are called upon. Staff will call each commenter by name and then unmute your microphone. For those calling into the meeting via telephone, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. For the record, please state your name and who you are representing before you speak. This is especially important for those calling in to testify on an item. A 3-minute timer will be used. You will hear a bell when the 3 minutes are up. Additional time could be granted at the discretion of the board chair. Please speak from a quiet location to avoid background interference. I would also like to give a friendly reminder to our board members, presenters, and staff to please mute yourself when you are not speaking to avoid background noise. If you experience any technical difficulties, please call or text to area code 805-801-3576 or email to it@agpvideo.com so a person can assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. I also want to note that we have an interpreter present at the meeting today, Mark Gutierrez. So he's stepping up to the mic right now. And just another note, when we do our public comments, as Mindy noted, there's a 3-minute timer that will be applied due to the translation needs of the commenter. We can add additional time, but I'd also hope that the commenters listen to the comments that came before them and not get too repetitive. So I think we will have a lot of speakers today and just keep the line moving if we can. So Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. We'll provide language access instructions for those attending remotely and in the room as well, for those listening in Spanish. Para aquellos que nos acompañan en español el día de hoy, queremos dejarles saber que tenemos interpretación disponible. Para accederlo en su dispositivo, puede tocar el botón que aparece en la parte inferior de su pantalla de un globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation o interpretación. Selecciónelo y luego seleccione su idioma Spanish o español, y así podrá escuchar el programa enteramente en su idioma. Si se encuentra aquí presente y necesita interpretación, por favor pida un dispositivo de auricular aquí a uno de nuestros, ya sea mío o mi colega presente, y le podremos asistir. Para sus comentarios, por favor, hablemos consecutivamente, quiere decir que va a hablar frases cortas, pausar y así para nosotros repetir de su parte. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Chair Bradford. Back to you.
Thank you, Mark. I will now introduce the other board members as follows. We have Nick Avdis from Sacramento, Denise Cadera from Allensworth, Alina Lee Reeder of Sacramento, and she's on our Zoom platform. Sean Yang, also from Sacramento. And I'd like to introduce a new board member at the end of the table there, Art Baggett from El Portal up in Yosemite area. And I, again, am Mark Bradford from Sacramento. Nicole Morgan, the State Water Board member, who is our liaison, is participating in this meeting via Zoom and will provide an update a little later. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palupa, who will introduce his staff. Before that, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and Art is going to lead us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Chair Bradford, and thanks to everybody who has worked behind the scenes tirelessly to make these remote meetings happen. My thanks go out to Tony, Kevin, Holly, Jean, all setting up the Zoom platform, Bob and the AGP team. And I'm not just thanking you so that you can get a better camera angle on me. I know there's a lot of work that went into this. The interpreters, Mark, muchas gracias for being here. And Mindy, thanks so much for tying this all together behind the scenes. The board clerk does a lot to make sure all these pieces come into alignment so that we can have these remote meetings happen. To my immediate right, I have Jessica Yar, Senior Staff Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. To her right is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. Mindy Maxwell, Executive Assistant and Board Clerk, is to his right. And then Kennedy Knight, to her right, another attorney from the Office of Chief Counsel. We also have in the audience Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer who runs our Reading office. We have Christina Shoup, Assistant Executive Officer who runs our Fresno office, and JJ Baum, the second Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. Lots of other members of our team are here, including numerous program managers and members of our leadership team. Again, much thanks goes out to everybody for making this remote meeting possible. And back to you, Chair Bradford.
Yeah, I'll add my thanks to everybody. I know this isn't easy setting up a meeting of this size, especially at a remote location. So thank you all, especially you, Mindy. Agenda item 3, we have board member communications. At this time, each board member can update us on anything that's taken place since our last board meeting. And let's see if anybody has any lights. Nope. Quiet period then. I just had one meeting similar to the board meeting that we're having today. We had a preliminary call with management zone implementation plan people, and it was pretty informative and gave me a good background for what we're about to discuss today. And that was on April 8th. And with that, I'll move on. Yeah, time for Nicole Morgan to give us an update from the State Water Board via Zoom. So Nicole, if you're there.
Good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. Happy to join you this morning virtually and provide you with a liaison report. So let's see here. So making conservation a way of life. This has been an ongoing effort by board staff. So on March 20th, the board held a workshop on revisions of the Making a Conservation a Way of Life regulation. And on updated text, staff have been working with stakeholders throughout the winter and throughout the holidays. And so in November and December, multiple meetings were held. I want to thank everyone who worked with staff and attended those meetings, and light hours and time was put into that effort. Staff came out with updated text on the proposed regulations, which can be found on a program webpage. Comments were received on the updated text until March 27th. So staff are going through those additional comments, and the plan is for them to bring back the proposed regulation for board consideration later this summer. So changing subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the board has been, working its way through the first set of basins that were sent over by the Department of Water Resources. for a potential probation designation. And so first, speaking in regards to the Tule Basin, there was a workshop held on April 5th. This was a virtual workshop on the proposed designation of the Tule Subbasin. Then on April 8th, staff held an in-person workshop from 5:30 to 8:30 in Porterville. The board hearing will take place on September 17th, and public comment will be accepted on the draft staff report until May 7th at noon. So the Tulare Subbasin, on April 16th, this past Tuesday, the state board held a hearing to consider the designating of the Tulare Subbasin as probationary pursuant to SIGMA. The board did vote to place the basin under probationary status. So hexavalent and chromium, chrome 6, on April 17th, this past Wednesday, the board did adopt a maximum contaminant level in an MCL of 10 micrograms per liter. The regulation will now go to the Office of Administrative Law and is expected to be effective on October 2024, so later this year. So next week, the board will hold workshops on proposed voluntary agreements, also known as VAs, to the Bay Delta. So the board will hold multi-day workshops, and so it's going to be next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, so April 24th, 25th, and 26th, as part of the update to the Bay Delta plan. The purpose of the workshop is for the VA parties to provide a detailed overview of the VA proposal, to receive input and answer board questions, and to receive input from the public. So please, if you're interested, please tune in. The workshops will be held in person downtown in Sacramento at the Cal EPA building. There will also be an option for remote participation. So that's all I have today. Please let me know if there are any questions.
Looks like there's no questions. Surprising. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it. Denise has informed me she'd like to make a little comment about her activities the last few months.
Yes, the comment or the update I have is on arsenic remediation program that we have had underway in Allensworth for quite some time, since about 2019 with UC Berkeley, Dr. Gaggill and the Gaggill Lab. We're at a point right now where with the state budget matters, UC Berkeley has expressed interest to reduce the budget for this activity, and has said to the Allensworth Progressive Association, who's been overseeing this effort, that we have the opportunity to have ownership. So we're in the process of doing the licensing for this activity right now. We have a pro bono attorney that are working with us, and we hope to be able to move it forward to where it would be of some definitely some support for communities that have arsenic in their water, and starting with Allensworth would be one of the first ones. So I just wanted to provide that update. I think is very important from where we started with arsenic being over 300 parts per billion within our community, and the fact that we have to use have our wells 3 miles east of us to get contaminant levels within the state requirement. So this is a great opportunity for our communities and others. So I'll keep you updated on that information. Thank you.
That's good to hear about some progress on that subject. I know it's been there for a long time and you've been working hard on it. Moving on to agenda item 5 is the public forum. So I'm going to repeat what Mindy indicated at the beginning of the meeting. If you are a person at the meeting and wish to speak but have not yet submitted a speaker card, please fill out a blue card at the reception table. If you're on the Zoom platform and have not already registered but would like to speak during public forum, please raise your hand now. And Mindy, has anyone requested to speak on any topic which is not on the agenda today?
Yes, we have.
Little light, there it goes.
Okay. Judy Case McNary is here in person and would like to speak during public forum. I believe she's requesting a little bit extra time.
Morning.
Thank you for having your hearing in Fresno.
All this technology, it gets so complicated. And you add to it, I don't hear well, so if I don't immediately respond, it's because I don't hear you. Anyhow, I'm here with a number of other Sanger residents. I'd like to recognize them here in the corner. And we had somebody come yesterday because they thought your meeting was 2 days. So Liz Hudson wasn't able to come, but that's okay. I'm here to bring awareness to the wastewater treatment plant problems we're having in Sanger and ask for your help. This plant has been emitting noxious odors intermittently for the past 5 to 7 years. It usually occurs in the fall, but mostly gone by Christmas. This past 12 months, the wastewater treatment plant has smelled much of the city weekly, and it's much worse than anything over the past 25 years. It's pretty miserable. It smells intermittently each and every day. Local residents have complained. There are many people posting online. They don't know where to go. And you don't think of water quality when you think of wastewater, but they're learning. People do not know where to ask for help. People have called Public Works. Nothing happened. Sanger got a second notice of violation from your agency on April 9th, 2024, and I made sure each of you had a copy just for convenience. This inspection report cites 71 violations of domestic waste discharge requirements and 22 violations of industrial waste discharge requirements. So I've given you a copy just to make it easy. Sanger was non-responsive to the prior notice of violation dated August 14th, 2023 for failure to maintain the facility in adequate working order and failure to implement a pretreatment plan, among other things. The City Council approved a 5-year capital improvement plan, which was dated March 2023. I have provided just extracted copies for you. Again, you need to see what's most important. The plan prioritizes spending money on 12 additional sewer lines into this broken and overwhelmed plant. Only in the 5th and the last year is there any money for maintenance, and it's $1 million out of a $98 million plan. The majority of proposed expenditures are for additional sewer connection pipes into this plant. That is more wastewater into a broken plant. We need your help. We need the needed maintenance to happen before all these pipelines go in to a plant that doesn't function currently. This past winter, city officials have been made further aware of problems by phone calls and public participation in the budget hearing. And we have a new city manager who took office 7 weeks ago. I tell you, he's working tirelessly. I have finally a little bit of optimism, but I still want your eyes focused on this problem because you can have an impact. Your April 9th, 2024 notice of violation requires a written response by June 10. The prior notice in August has never received a response. I suggest the city will need to revise their 5-year capital improvement budget to prioritize funding for maintenance of their wastewater treatment plant. I have provided the February memorandum on your diocese from the engineer who was hired by the city that outlined the need for an investment of $11.8 million just to catch up the maintenance. It goes into 19 separate plant units. There's a lot of heavy lifting that still needs to happen. And as a start, the city needs to budget for improvements that their own hired engineers have recommended. In conclusion, please require that recommended maintenance is completed before additional sewer lines. Please require a budget for the overhaul and maintenance of this important facility. My house is unlivable when the air smells as bad as it's been smelling, and I'm not alone. I know that we can do much better. I appreciate your time today. And again, I'm very happy that you're here in Fresno. And I really appreciate everybody making the drive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Well summarized. And Patrick, you want to comment on the enforcement process for this?
And I believe we have a bit of a response, and thank you for coming forward with those concerns. I mean, certainly when we hear from residents that they don't know where to turn, we want to do our best to make sure that we're out front of these issues and understand both the concerns from a technical perspective, but understand also the concerns that residents may be having in the area. I don't know, Dale, if you can comment on anything happening or Christina or Omar. But certainly there are enforcement actions underway and conversations happening between the regional board's enforcement team and Sanger. And Christina, I'll let you elaborate if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Patrick. So our staff are aware of the situation in Sanger. We actually have pretty extensive records on it as evidenced by the NOV. I do have one minor correction to make. We did receive a response to the first NOV. It was unfortunately misfiled. But the second NOV that was sent out addressed several issues beyond what was in the original NOV. We did meet as a team with the new city manager because I have to say when this was brought to my attention, and I want to thank Ms. Case for that, it's pretty concerning. Sanger's in our backyard. It's right now down the street from us. And honestly, proximity shouldn't be the issue, but we all know that, you know, we have people here that we care about and we want to make sure they're taken care of. The new city manager, I believe he's here in the audience today, has outlined a plan. He's already addressed some of the issues at the poultry plant. We're aware of 2 different industrial facilities that are contributing to the smell at various times during the year. We're also looking into possible composting activities that might be taking place. And so I can't get into too much detail, but I do want to assure you that this is a priority for our staff and continues to be. It's not a new priority.
Thank you so much. And I see, Jean, we have a couple hands raised. Is that correct? Got it. Okay.
Miss Laura Hayter, you may unmute yourself if you like. You are able to unmute yourself.
This is Laura Rosenberger Hyder. The groundwater around the asphalto oil field should be protected from additional salts, boron, and VOCs for the beneficial use of preserving native trees and ground cover. So 30% of the land should be conserved around the oil field, native vegetation restored, and using some soil distilled groundwater. That's why it needs to be. While vegetation plus damp soil would trap much PM 2.5 dust, and this is necessary for Southern Central Valley to meet the federal air quality standards. In addition, the vegetation and microbes would trap and sequester black carbon, which contributes highly to global warming, the black carbon. And increased humidity would save species in the Sierras and add more water to the canals in East Kern. But the West Kern Water District's kind of high in other pollutants that need to be diluted, like hexavalent chromium, radium, and radium. So make stricter wastewater requirements for oil companies. And also, I'd like to, I'm curious about the radium, uranium, and hexavalent chromium levels in the groundwater under the oil field and how they compare to tap water. All right, thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understood all the comments you just made. It was kind of rapid fire, but Patrick, do you have any familiarity with those issues?
I believe so. Ms. Hayter, we will try and get responses to your inquiries as soon as possible. Certainly, regulation of oil fields in Kern County is a major effort that's underway here at the Central Valley Water Board. And certainly, you know, should should we want to follow up a little bit more, we can have our program manager for the oil field program respond to your concerns there. We know we work fairly extensively with the local air districts to make sure that our regulations both take into account groundwater quality, protection of beneficial uses, and other agencies' interests in environmental protection, including air districts and CalGEM. But thank you so much for your comment. I would suggest that we go back to folks. I think there's a couple more on the Sanger issue before we conclude.
Yes, Nathan Olson, the city manager for Sanger, is here in person.
Morning, Chairman Bradford and the rest of the board members. So, yeah, Nathan Olson, 1700 7th Street, Sanger, California. Miss Case, I met her my first week on the job. I consider her a partner in this issue. I do not disagree with what she told you. She's not lying. She's telling you the truth. Been there 7 weeks. I can tell you the pre-treatment plan was approved by council in 2017. Unfortunately, the municipal code never got updated to enforce it. I've already engaged a consulting group to start that work. So with the regulations and laws, it'll probably take 4 to 5 months to get that muni code updated, and then we can get on with the enforcement. To date, we've already engaged multiple consulting groups and engineers to start working on our plant. We've currently freed up a little over $1 million to get started. We recently went out for a rate study and bonded to the capacity of 18 million to address these issues. That's why you're not seeing it in the 5-year CIP. Like Ms. Kay said, I've been there 7 weeks. Council's priority when they hired me, and I have a background in public works, was to address and fix the wastewater issues. So we are, it's wide open. We're going. We have made personnel changes in the city since I've been there. We have a new public works director, an acting public works director. Taking it very seriously. I am working with our industrial users as well. We're meeting on a weekly basis and coordinating to make sure that we can address the odors, get the plant where it needs to be, and get this thing moving. I do want to apologize to the residents of Sanger. We let them down, but we're going to fix it. And I want to thank the staff here locally for reaching out and being willing to work with the city on this. And I look forward to continued communication on this matter. But I promise you and guarantee the board and the residents of Sanger will see improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. It's kind of refreshing to see the public create some momentum like this, and I can just tell from your demeanor that you're going to get some things done. So congratulations on that, and I'm sure Christina will be coordinating as part of your team moving forward on this NOV. And really good to hear that you've got a bond in place that actually puts money behind the words. So thank you.
Next, we have Don Perkin here representing Tuolumne in person.
Good morning. My name is Don Perkins. I'm the general manager for Tuolumne Utilities District, and I'm here representing TUD. I really came down from Sonora just to say thank you. We are just about ready to have a brand new wastewater treatment facility there in Sonora. The old one is about 50 years old. And we have worked really well with the board, Cruz Romero especially, helping us with our revised WDR and with our consultant RBI. And, personally, again, I'm here from TUD, just thank all of you and your staff for all the great work that you've done. But for me, I'm here for another reason as well, if I can just take some time. I've been in the water and wastewater industry for 4 years now. And I've had lots of opportunity to work with your staff over all those years. I've met many of them. Some of them have moved on and retired, but a lot of them are obviously still here. And I just want you to know that you got a great staff. For me, they've helped me grow in my position, I've always felt like you guys are part of the team that helps us provide responsible water and wastewater services. So anyway, I'm just here to say thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Always good to hear compliments for the staff. We know they're really special and they work very hard. So thank you for that.
I will definitely pass that along to Cruz if he isn't in the room today. You know, we think very highly of him, so that compliment we'll get back to him. I do want to emphasize kind of for the Sanger issue that the Central Valley Water Board will be investigating those concerns through our enforcement team. For the board's reference, recall that in 2023, we did adopt a cease and desist order for the community of Arvin that included a connection restriction that basically said that unless and until the city of Arvin upgraded its wastewater treatment plant, basically got its pond issues rectified, the board would not allow additional connections into that wastewater plant. And we've allowed a couple upon a demonstration that there are capacity concerns, but it's a way of exerting pressure on local utilities that need to have upgrades, get those upgrades done before more wastewater is allowed to flow into their plant. So that's certainly a tool that is on the menu of options if we can't find a solution in a reasonable amount of time to the issues at Sanger. And we certainly also, you know, even Arvin is a case in point, we work with Division of Financial Assistance at the State Water Board to try and find grants or low interest loans or other types of financial mechanisms that allow those types of upgrades to happen when they are available. And last but not least, and this is an issue that is far broader than just one particular facility, but you can always file an environmental complaint online, and we take those unbelievably seriously. If you Google Central Valley Water Board and look on the very bottom left-hand side, I'd love it if we could put it up on the screen, but if we can't, that's fine too. Bottom left-hand side of our homepage has a link that says report an environmental concern. If you click on that, that lets you, that prompts you to a Cal EPA website where you can see, is it an air, is it a water, whatever concern. And even if you get it wrong, even if you click on air and it's actually a water concern or vice versa, those complaints will get routed to us. And my executive officer report every board meeting basically tells the board how we're doing about following up with each and every one of those environmental complaints. There we go. So again, Google Central Valley Water Board, look at that little link with a leaf, and the IT team is phenomenal here. If you click on report an environmental concern, that takes you to the Cal EPA environmental complaint form. Again, if you have a concern in any way, shape, or form, even if you're not sure whether it's something that a state agency covers or a local agency covers, click on that and we will find a way to respond. It is always a fairly high priority for our enforcement team to follow up on that. So, you know, if the residents of Sanger have an issue, have a concern, click on that. If a resident of any community in the valley has a concern, click on that link and we will work to follow up. And if we can't follow up, we'll try and figure out somebody who will. And that's both at the local level and for our sister state agencies at Sacramento. So just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. Maybe there will be an uptick on complaints, but it's all stuff we should be following up on anyway. So again, I think there's a couple more public commenters, but want to make sure that that information is out there. And thanks to the IT team for pulling that up.
I think we have Richard Lyle on the line.
Mr. Lyle, you may unmute yourself. He's joining. Mr. Lyle, you should have the option to unmute yourself. I will give him just a second here, Mr. Lyle. Hopefully you have the option to unmute yourself. We could come back to this gentleman.
Yeah, let's do that. Move on to the next one and then we can try to get him back on.
Okay, we have Charles Delgado here with Sustainable Conservation who would like to speak.
Not yet. Any luck with Mr. Lyle, Gene?
Mr. Lyle, if you're interested, you have the option to unmute yourself if you'd like to speak.
Given that he hasn't responded, are there any other commenters, Mindy?
No, that's all I have for now.
I think we'll just keep the train moving here.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a brief comment to those that presented under the public comment period for the people in Sanger. The person that spoke regarding Bakersville and the oil situation. It's important that your complaints, your concerns, you speak under public comment and address them to us. And as Patrick, our executive officer, has expressed that staff is already following up on those. We do take all of the comments seriously. I'm glad to see that the city manager, the new city manager in Sanger is rapidly trying to get this under control, protect the public health. It's very important. So I'm just wanting to share with you that it's valuable information when you come and you present your concerns to us. And we, with the staff, we have an excellent staff, and I appreciate the comments acknowledging our staff because they do a tremendous job. So thank you very much for those comments, and we hope to resolve the issues that you brought before us. And we continue to look forward to the public comments because it's your presenting to us that helps us keep our jobs going and doing an effective job for the public that we serve. So thank you.
Excuse me, Chair Bradford, we have another hand raised on Zoom.
Sean, why don't you give us a comment first and then we'll take the other.
Yeah,
commenter.
just want a second to Denise comment that. And in addition to that, I just wanted to say that I am a former resident of Sanger. It's a beautiful little town with hardworking people. And it's it's somewhat disappointed to hear such a situation, but I'm happy to hear the fact that the resident come forward and share their concerns and so forth, and our staff respond, and the fact that it is a priority. And so I definitely would love to hear updates in the very near future. So thank you.
Thanks, Sean and Denise. Okay, Mindy, who's the next speaker?
Mr. Lyle is back. Let's
Okay.
give him a chance. Mr. Lyle, you should be able to unmute yourself if you like. Mr. Lyle, you have the opportunity to unmute yourself. Now would be the
Okay,
time.
it looks like I'm unmuted finally. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Correct.
we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, thank you. having little technical difficulties here. My name is Richard Isle. The last name is Iyall. It does not, the last name does not start with an L. As a matter of fact, it's a Native American name. I am an enrolled member of the Cowlitz Indian tribe, which is based in the state of Washington. In fact, we have a casino there now. We put in a huge water treatment facility that makes the water so clean that the wastewater, after it leaves the system, it is drinkable. So before it goes back into the ground, it is very clean. I have lived in Fresno since 1957, and some of you might know that when President John F. Kennedy came to Fresno in the early 1960s, he tasted the water and said Fresno has the best water in the world. So I know we've had that quality in the past, and I appreciate what you, Chairman Bradford, and all the members are doing to try to regain some of that quality that we used to have. There's been so much so many toxins that have been introduced to the land, the air, the water, the groundwater, and we need to find ways to purify it. And working with nature is what's going to work. Soil regeneration, composting, all that good stuff that works in harmony with nature can really help. So thank you for whatever you can do. And I am sorry to hear what's going on with Sanger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isle. And I think, is that the end of our public commenters? I think
Yes, that's all I
it
have.
is. Okay, good. Well, I'd like to thank everybody. The Sanger contingent left, but it was very encouraging to see some progress on that front and some commitment of actual dollars. So that was wonderful.
Excuse me, Mark.
Yeah.
We have a couple hands raised.
Okay.
From people online. Mr. Ed Brenner, you may unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning, Chair Bradford and the rest of the Regional Water Board. My name is Ed Brenner. I'm a Northern California River Steward for the Native Fish Society. I'm testifying today to ask the Water Board to establish a permanent in-stream flow year-round in the Auburn Ravine. In collaboration with California Fish and Wildlife and NOAA Marine Fisheries Service to better assess the need for water for multiple wild native ESA listed fish species, including Chinook, steelhead, and coho salmon. Native Fish Society is a 501c3 nonprofit organization located throughout the Pacific Northwest. Guided by the best available science, the Native Fish Society advocates for the recovery of wild native fish and promotes the stewardship of habitats that sustain us all. As a Northern California river steward and a local farmer in the Sacramento Valley, I understand the conflict surrounding the desire for water. I realize agriculture has relied on water for decades to produce crops economically essential to the region and the local communities. I appreciate the current regulations that other agencies have implemented to help protect and conserve our native fish, including a requirement to screen irrigation pumps, the no-take on wild native trout, as well as removal of fish barriers. Moving forward, I would like to ask the Water Board to work with me, California Fish and Wildlife, and NOAA Marine Fisheries Service to implement permanent year-round in-stream flow, or TDMLs, to ensure practical balance for native fish habitats in Auburn Ravine. I'm not aware of any TDMLs or other permanent in-stream flow requirements during the irrigation system or irrigation season to protect ESA listed species over summer in the essential salmonid habitat. Creating more robust population of salmon and steelhead will significantly improve the entire region for tribes, sport angling, businesses, guides, commercial fishermen, and entire ecosystem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to following up with the Region 5 Water Board and staff in the next few weeks to discuss working further to protect the in-stream flows of our native fish. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment. It's largely the State Water Board that establishes in-stream flow requirements for watersheds even within our jurisdiction. But we will relay that concern to the State Water Board, Office of Water Rights, and make sure that you get connected with the right folks and maintain the conversation. Auburn Ravine, everybody in this room, I knows it is one of the jewels of the Sacramento watershed. And so its protection and its habitat value is something that this board takes very seriously. So thank you so much for your comment.
Mr. Bradford, we have one more hand raised.
Okay.
Miss
Thank you,
Joanne
Mr. Brenner.
Kip.
And who is it again, Gene?
Miss Joanne Kipps.
Okay, Joanne.
Miss Kipps, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Good morning, board chair and members. My name is Joanne Kipps and I reside in the city of Fresno. Minutes for the last 2 meetings now identify public forum speakers only. Previously, minutes also summarized speaker statements, their complaints and requests, as well as responses by board members and the executive officer. I understand that State Board is behind this new approach. As the largest region in the state, it should be up to this board to decide how its meeting minutes document public forums. While providing links to meeting videos are useful, I ask this board to consider meeting minutes of the public forum as an important part of the public written record. This is true especially today when local news coverage is minimal to non-existent. Since my retirement from the board, I have addressed the board at public forums regarding groundwater nitrate pollution caused by the discharge of winery waste by E&J Gallo Winery at its winery near the Fresno Air Terminal. In the last meeting, I requested Gallo be issued a notice of applicability for coverage under State Board's general order for commercial composting facilities. This order requires, among other things, control of all runoff from a 25-year, 24-hour peak storm event. This value is 2.4 inches for the Fresno Air Terminal. A Google Earth image of the winery's composting facility taken on February 19th shows standing water around the sumps in the winery byproducts storage and processing area, and in a 4-acre area bisecting Windrow Pad 1. While it did rain that day, 0.7 of an inch, satellite images elsewhere show persistent standing water. Gallo is the world's largest wine company with revenues of over $1 billion per year. It can afford to make the necessary improvements to its Fresno winery composting facility to comply with the general order. It won't do so on its own. I again request Gallo be issued an NOA for coverage under the general order, along with a time schedule order to achieve compliance. I also request that a summary of my requests be included in the written minutes for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Patrick, you want to respond?
No, I certainly appreciate the concerns. I think what we've gone to is a format that all of the regional boards now use for the reporting of minutes, and that is partially under State Water Board's direction. They've provided us and all the other regional boards a template. I do think it's remarkable the technological advancements where we can have meetings in its full entirety with video curated and uploaded to the website. I think, and there's no secret behind this, the administrative and staff time is pretty cramped at the regional board. So it's hard for us to do both, to spend, many days putting together minutes and spend many, many hours making sure that our online videos are curated. Most of and this is kind of the first comment that we've heard that said that we made the wrong decision. Nearly everybody else that we've interfaced with is very grateful to have the videos uploaded. We could switch back. You're absolutely right, Joanne. But I do think that would come at a loss to some of the other things that we've been doing because we do have a finite amount of resources there. And certainly, I do have some responses to your concerns with respect to Gallo that I will be reading during the executive officer's portion of this meeting.
Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. We don't want to overload the administrative staff any more than they already are. And the videos do provide a very accurate, precise summary of what happened at each of our meetings. So, yeah, it would be nice maybe to have it in written form as it was previously, but not at the expense of overloading our staff anymore. So, are there any other comments? We can move on to the executive officer's report. This is agenda item 6. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the board clerk and the board's program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and many different initiatives that the board is working on. If you are in person at the meeting and wish to speak, but have not submitted a speaker card, please fill out a blue card at the reception table. And again, if you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. At this time, the executive officer is available to take questions and discuss what he'd like to highlight from the report.
And I've got a few things. One is a Sustained Accomplishment Award, and I'll get to that in just a second. Second is a follow-up to the Gallo issues that Joanne raised at the last board meeting. And last, I'd like a brief discussion. All of you have in front of you a revision to the board work groups. You'll see that, and it's got the red lettering on it. A little shift around to accommodate a new board member and new blood on the team to work through some of the issues. But first, I think the most important thing is an award. If Kate Soberg, is she on the Zoom link? I'm sure she's here.
Hi, I'm on.
Oh, fantastic. Good to see you, Kate.
Thanks.
So Kate is receiving a Superior Accomplishment Award here, and I wish we were up and running giving this to you, but congratulations nonetheless. Kate has been selected to receive this Superior Accomplishment Award for the excellent work she has done on a high-profile remediation case managed out of the Reading office. The remediation work at the Union Pacific Railroad Company's North Dunsmuir Rail Yard involves a massive excavation along 1,600 feet of one of the most pristine sections of the Upper Sacramento River. This work is part of an emergency response initiated by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, a Clean Water Act order issued by US EPA, and a cleanup and abatement order issued by the Water Board's Reading office. At an estimated total project cost of $100 million, the scale and scope of this remedial action is constantly shifting between the expectations of the discharger and those of the regulatory agencies. Kate's resolve in holding the discharger to their obligations has been critical in ensuring the project's remedial action objectives and the requirements of our cleanup and abatement order will ultimately be met. Kate is not afraid to speak up when a proposal falls short or a prior commitment is overlooked, and does so with confident professionalism. Kate is equally adept at evaluating big picture, long-term issues and diving into the small technical details, which has been invaluable on such a fast-paced project. Decisions on this project are made through a unified command consisting of a CDFW, US EPA, regional board, and the discharger. With this experienced and specialized team, Kate has distinguished herself as a technical resource regarding NAPL, NAPL movement and its impacts to groundwater and surface water. CDFW and US EPA seek out Kate's input and her technical support in evaluating the discharger's various cleanup proposals. Together, they have developed a strong cooperative relationship and a unified regulatory voice. The trust and respect CDFW and US EPA, as well as the discharger, have for Kate are evidenced by the numerous times they reach out to her for her guidance and input. The Reading Regional Board and the Groundwater Unit Protection Program in particular is fortunate to be represented by Kate. I'll add it as a personal note. It's not necessarily mentioned in the write-up, but there's also a handful of tribal issues involved in this particular case. And Kate did an exemplary job presenting the work that she's been doing to the rest of the groundwater protection teams at our kickoff meetings last year. So it's not only that Kate is doing this excellent work, but she's sharing the techniques with other members of the team throughout the region. So Kate, really, really glad to rely upon you for this huge cleanup action, and congratulations for the Superior Accomplishment Award.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks to May for doing the write-up as well. And now I'll go into responding to two of Ms. Kipp's comments at the last board meeting. One of the requests was that Gallo be required to submit a work plan for installing a VADOS zone monitoring network in representative blocks and perform monitoring already specified in the 2015 WDR order. Again, I wanted to check with my team. I did speak about this particular requirement with Clay Rogers fairly extensively when he was overseeing some of the work being done with Gallo. The 2015 WDRs did require the discharger to submit a work plan and time schedule for the installation and sampling of a VADOS zone monitoring system, subject to executive officer approval. Subsequent to the adoption of the WDRs, the results from a study of a similar system were released and showed actually there are several significant challenges to the reliability, including inconsistent results and difficulty calibrating the equipment to account for the coarse-grained soils that were present at the Gallo site. So with my approval, the discharger was allowed to propose an alternative methods to meet the intent and goals of the original VADOS zone monitoring system requirement. And staff in the non-15 unit are actively engaged in reviewing the results of this alternate proposal. Ms. Kipp's second comment was that the board should be aware of the threat to groundwater from the Gallo's composting facility, and Gallo should be issued a notice of applicability for the composting general order. So first, again, the ponding concern is something that our team is actively investigating. That is not something that generally you want to see on a composting site. We will be able to update the board at a future meeting about those particular concerns. With respect to the notice of applicability under the composting general order, the 2015 WDRs noted that the facility's use of an unlined composting pad opened the potential for wastewater, leachate, and stormwater to percolate to underlying groundwater, and kind of challenge its eligibility under the composting general order. As our new program manager overseeing the composting program knows, a lot of the requirements of the composting order are based off of the soils that underline the composting area, or whether that composting pads are lined with concrete or something similar. So when you have the ability for compost and stormwater to leach down to groundwater, that's a concern for the board. Gallo's WDR, however, required the submission of a work plan to characterize all these discharges and the discharges of leachate. They proposed a work plan to the board and a time schedule for including modifications to the facility and/or operations, and they're working on that right now. Gallo is currently in compliance with the requirements of the TSO and is on track to either cease composting or enroll in the composting general order by 2030. I suppose it does cut both ways when you have a facility as big as Gallo's. It's hard to kind of revise past practices, but they are working on a work plan to characterize and potentially underlie their composting pad. And if not, they're going to stop composting. And that's a requirement that this board is imposing on Gallo. So hopefully that answers the questions. We may hear more on this. I know it's a big facility. It's a complicated facility, but we will provide periodic updates in executive officer reports to see how that progress is moving forward. Before we go into the work group discussion, which should be pretty brief, want to double check if there's any questions on the executive officer report, any items in there. There's a lots going on at the board. Executive officer's report tries to sum it all up.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any questions, but I think the discussion we had earlier with the public and the fact that the information of the concerns that they bring forth, that's updated on a, bi-monthly meeting basis in the executive officer's report is a clear indication that the staff hears the comments and they do follow up and make sure that there is a process and that there's a resolution to many of the concerns. So the executive officer's report does a fabulous job of providing information, all of the projects that we're working on, and information regarding the disadvantaged communities and many of the concerns and the engagement that goes on the board staff does with the community. So I think it continues to be an important document. If you want to know information and be up to date on it, the executive officer's report is that guide. So thank you very much, Patrick, and to the staff for doing an excellent job on the report.
My gratitude goes out to the team that helps me put that together. Mindy has become the focus for helping herd all the cats for all of our 21 different water quality programs and make sure that their successes are noted in there. And again, every executive officer's report does have an update from our compliance and enforcement lead about all the complaints that we've received and the follow-up. I think it tends to be right around 98% that we've been able to kind of clear and follow up on. And the goal is to get to 100%, but we do an excellent job of following up on those environmental complaints and getting them addressed.
I just want to add to Denise's point as well, that I like the fact that we have dates on the report, and specifically on the disadvantaged community where you have start next to the item. I thought that was very easy to read. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. And thank you for all the hard work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you got to thank Denise for that. I think she poked us into making sure that we were being responsive and telling both the public and the other board members what we were doing to respond to specifically concerns from disadvantaged communities. Without further ado, I'll kind of just talk about a couple proposed modifications to the board work groups. As you know, this board has changed a bit with Raji's departure and with Art's nomination to the board. So most of the work groups will stay relatively the same. I've talked with just about each and every one of you, and the proposal would be to add Art Baggett to the Basin Assessment Work Group. This group takes a look at all of the kind of water quality planning work that we're doing, including some follow-up to some past water quality planning efforts. That includes some of the tribal beneficial use work that we're doing, and immediately kind of on the horizon is both the triennial review, the type of prioritization that we do within the region as to what we use our limited resources to try and address over the next 3 years. That's the triennial part of the triennial review, and looking ahead to what's going to happen next with the Delta Methylmercury Control Program. We have absolutely massive studies that have come in evaluating what those studies mean not just for the board, but for entities like stormwater and treatment plants that discharge into the Delta, and what the methylmercury concentrations, how they can be remediated for the benefit of tribal beneficial users and for subsistence fishers in the Delta, of which there is a significant population that eats quite a lot of caught fish from the Delta as one of their primary food supplies. So Art, I propose that you'd be welcomed to that team. You'll have some conversations, including Sean, on those matters in the near future. And then, with your background, I can't help it. We've got a couple attorneys on the board. I propose that you be added to the litigation petitions work group as well with Vice Chair Abdis. And there are some big things on the horizon. The State Water Board has signaled that they will be addressing the dairy water quality petition in the very near future, releasing a draft on that. So I will be coordinating with you and kind of briefing you on the issues involved with that petition, how they propose to be resolved by the State Water Board, and that will probably happen, between the board meetings as much as during the board meetings. Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program has several issues that are pending before the State Water Board, including a discussion of groundwater protection targets and expert panel. The expert panel essentially was an outgrowth of a petition that was filed and then adjudicated by the State Water Board on the Central Coast Ag Order. So there's a lot happening in terms of the legal review of many of the board's actions and activities, and I propose that you be added to those conversations, unless you object. I know if we had that conversation, don't say you haven't been warned. There's a lot of reading material between here and there, but would love to have you as part of those two groups.
Great, would be glad to. Thanks.
And I had just one question.
Yes.
It may not be under this area, but I remember at our last meeting, we talked about Bob, or the former board member, and the work that he was doing. He wanted to be relinquished from that. Did we get that resolved?
We are still working through that. I've been in touch with him. He was working on the Clear Lake issues, and I'll be checking in with Jen LeBay, who was the primary. Bob was essentially a fallback member of that team, and we'll have a write-up for you. Lots happening in Clear Lake. John, you was briefly in water rights, and lots of happening with Clear Lake. Lots of fairly significant advancements forward with the Clear Lake watershed, but we'll have a write-up for you at the next board meeting. With that, I'm all set unless there's further questions.
No, thank you, Patrick. I did have one question. I know the state is trying to standardize the back to office policy, and you've indicated before that hasn't had a huge impact on us because we kind of had a 2-day per week requirement already. Is that still going smoothly?
Lots happening. There's the return to the office has been a hot topic for many state agencies. And you've seen messages from the governor's cabinet secretary most recently stating that it is a June 17th start date. A lot of it is stuff that we talk about with the unions, but you're absolutely right. We have a lot of conversations with state boards, executive team, with Cal EPA, and frankly, most of the regions are essentially ahead of the rest of the state in terms of implementing a return to the office. We try not to use return to work because we've been working the whole time, but the return to a physical presence in the office for 2 days a week for board staff. I think the Reading and Fresno offices have been basically on that schedule or more for at least the last about a year and a half. And Rancho Cordova, just about everybody is in the office 1 day a week, and then field days also count. So we're pretty close to meeting that goal. But again, I think I'm having a lot of conversation with other executives. How did you do it? What are the concerns? From the regional board's perspective, we do need teams in the office to manage our lab, to go out on emergency visits if there's a tanker spill. If there's a rail car that derails in the Feather River, we need to have a team that's there to respond. If there is a concern about a wastewater backup, we have to have a team in the office that can go and respond. So because of that, we've had a larger in-office presence than most other wings of the Cal EPA agencies, and so we're sharing our knowledge with them, and I think it impinges on our flexibility a little bit, but it's something that I know we can adapt to, and it helps us fulfill our mission to the public as well.
Okay, thanks for that update. Good to hear. And I'd like to give another shout out to Kate. I spent a lot of time up in Dunsmuir and on the Upper Sac, and it's good to know that rail yard is getting cleaned up. I know it's a huge one, so thank you. And with that, I think we'll wrap up the executive officer report item. Let's see, we have a few quick votes here, and then I think we'll take a quick break and then reconvene. So agenda item 7 is consideration of the minutes from our prior board meeting, which was on February 16th. Are there any edits or corrections to the February 2024 minutes.
Move approval of the minutes.
We have Nick has moved approval of the minutes.
Second.
Sean is seconded. Minnie, will you take the roll?
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Baggett,
I should abstain since I wasn't here.
Vice Chair Abdus.
Yes.
And Chair Bradford.
Yes. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is the uncontested calendar. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 9 through 13. Again, if you're in person at the meeting and wish to speak, please fill out a card at the reception table. If you're on the Zoom platform and wish to speak but have not registered, please raise your hand now. Mindy, has anyone requested to speak on any of the uncontested items?
I don't have anyone in person. We do have some folks online, but they will raise their hand if they wish to speak.
Okay. And Jean, let us know if anybody does raise their hands. First agenda item 9, the Tuolumne Utilities District Sonora Regional Wastewater Treatment Facility in Tuolumne County. This is a rescission of a cease and desist order. Number R5 2002-0203 requires a separate vote. Does staff have any comments on this item?
We just have a quick clarification
Okay.
on that item. The agenda had a typo and it said it was for R5 2002-0203. And it's actually for R5 2004-0058.
Okay.
And the notice what that went out with the item was correct. but-
Okay. Just a typo. Are there any late revisions? And does legal counsel have any legal issues to discuss?
No.
No. Okay, can I get a motion and a second for approving agenda item 9?
I move item 9.
Get a second?
Second.
Nick has, Sean has motion and Nick has seconded. So can we do a roll call vote, Mindy?
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Yes.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus, and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Next, we will approve uncontested items 10 through 13. Are there any late revisions? Nope. And does council have any legal issues to discuss?
No.
Okay. Can we get a motion and a second for that one?
Chair, hold, I
Yes.
just want to make sure we did have several people registered for these and I want to make sure that they're there just to support the items. But if anyone does want to speak on these items, can they please raise their hands now? Great, let's move forward.
Nobody? Okay. We'll keep it moving then. Let's get a motion.
I move to approve of the uncontested calendar items 10 through 13.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, Denise has motion and Art has seconded. Can we get a roll call vote on those, please?
Board Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Yes.
Board Member Baggett,
Aye.
Vice Chair Abdus, and Chair Bradford.
Yes. Okay, thanks, everybody. And with that, we're going to take, let's say, come back at 10:25 and we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to get into agenda items 14 and 15. The Management Zone Implementation Program hearing. Good morning. Welcome to the CV Salts hearing, Nitrate Control Program, Priority 1 Management Zone Implementation Plans. This meeting of the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board is called to order at 10:30 a.m. on Friday, April 19th, 2024, and a quorum of the board is present. This is an informational hearing and no action will be taken by the board. However, the board may provide direction to staff. Again, I'm Mark Bradford, Chair of the Central Valley Water Board. First, the board clerk, Mindy, will read a statement on how to participate in the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Maxwell, and I'm the clerk to the board. I will provide some information on how public participation will be organized for today's meeting. If you wish to make a verbal comment on one of the board items, or if you want to make a comment during the public forum, you must be in person using Zoom webinar or calling in by phone. If you're currently watching the webcast on calspan.org but wish to comment, please email agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov now and request the registration link. I will respond to the email with the link. Once the registration form is submitted, you will automatically receive the Zoom link via email. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please virtually raise your hand and you will be called upon. If you are using a computer or tablet, please click the raise hand button. If you are calling in on the telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. If you want to speak and do not raise your hand, your chance to speak could be missed. If you are in person at the meeting and wish to speak, please fill out a blue card at the registration table and provide it to the staff person. If you are not on the registration list and wish to speak, please leave your hand raised until you are called upon. Staff will call each commenter by name and then unmute your microphone. For those calling into the meeting via telephone, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. For the record, please state your name and who you are representing before you speak. A 3-minute timer will be used. That's not true. We will not be using a timer for the CV Salts hearing, correct?
Not for the panelists.
Okay. I would also like to give a friendly reminder to our board members, presenters, and staff to please mute yourself when you are not speaking to avoid background noise. If you experience any technical difficulties, please call or text to area code 805-801-3576 or email to it@agpvideo.com so a person can assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. We will begin this hearing with a staff presentation followed by panel presentations, and then we will hear public comments. First, Executive Officer Patrick Palupa will introduce Angela Laban, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Program Manager for the CV Salt Program.
I can almost say you need no introduction at this stage. Angela Laban is the program manager for the CV Salts program, and as she'll explain, it's a program that crosses over multiple different disciplines at the regional board because it's so wide-reaching from a salt control program to a nitrate control program. Virtually every one of the board's other 20 water quality programs is touched in one way, shape, or form by what we are doing under the CV Salts Basin Plan amendments. So without further ado, I'll let you begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bradford and members of the board. My name is Angela Laban, and I'm a Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor with the Salinity and Basin Planning Unit in the Rancho Cordova office. I'm also the Program Manager for the CV Salts program, and today I'm giving this presentation on behalf of the CV Salts team at the Regional Board. Today's presentation is focused on the CV Salts Nitrate Control Program, specifically the Management Zone Implementation Plans, or MZIPs for short. Today's staff presentation will cover background on CV Salts and the Nitrate Control Program, Priority 1 Management Zone and deliverables, and discuss board staff's review of the MZIPs. I'll also highlight some of our responses to written comments received on the MZIPs and touch on next steps. Afterwards, we'll have a presentation from Tess Dunham on the Management Zone Implementation Plans, followed by an Environmental Justice Panel presentation, a Management Zone Panel presentation, and then public comment and discussion. CV SALT stands for Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability. It is a collective effort by many stakeholders within the Central Valley community that began in 2006. Stakeholders include many communities and industries, including agriculture, dairies, and municipalities with wastewater treatment systems. The Central Valley Water Board, State Water Board, Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and stakeholders work together and continue to work together to find solutions that are reasonable, feasible, and practicable to address the impacts of salinity and nitrates on water quality in the Central Valley. The main goals and priorities of CV Salts are to ensure and provide safe drinking water supply through both short and long-term solutions, reduce salt and nitrate loading so that ongoing discharges neither threaten to degrade high-quality waters nor cause or contribute to exceedances of water quality objectives, and implement long-term managed restoration or impaired water bodies to the extent it is reasonable, feasible, and practicable to do so. The board will consider practicability and feasibility consistent with applicable laws and policies. Here's a brief history on the amendments made to the water quality control plans that incorporated CV salts into regulations. In May 2018, the Central Valley Water Board adopted the Salt Control Program and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments. In October 2019, the State Water Board conditionally approved the Salt Control Program and Nitrate Control Program with directions to make targeted revisions to the original amendments within 1 year of approval. These revisions related to overarching goals of the program, specific clarifications to the Nitrate Control Program early action plans, and policies regarding offsets, exceptions, variances, and droughts and conservation. While the revisions were being made, the Central Valley Water Board began implementation of the Nitrate Control Program by sending out notices to comply. In December of 2020, the Central Valley Water Board adopted the Basin Plan amendments with targeted revisions to the salt and nitrate control programs. And in June 2021, the State Water Board approved the revisions to the salt and nitrate control programs and found the revisions to the Basin Plan amendments were consistent with state and federal anti-degradation policies. So for CV Salt, we have two distinct programs that address the salt and nitrate in Central Valley. The Salt Control Program on the right side of the figure is a phased program to address salinity impacts to both surface water and groundwater. Today, we are focusing on one aspect of CV Salts, specifically the Nitrate Control Program, which is a prioritized control program for groundwater only. This program involves two permitting pathways, the individual permitting approach, or Path A, with more stringent requirements, and the management zone permitting approach, or Path B, which relies upon collective efforts to provide replacement drinking water and limit nitrate loading to achieve compliance with the water quality objectives. For the purpose of today's discussion, we are focusing on the management zone permitting approach and the management zone implementation plans. On the right is a map showing nitrate concentrations in the Central Valley. Red areas indicate concentrations over 10 milligrams per liter that exceed water quality objectives. Orange and yellow areas also indicate relatively high levels of nitrate contributions to groundwater that have been accumulating over many years. Where nitrate concentrations are over the nitrate drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter, there is a significant concern that we have for public health. There are also significant economic costs involved in treatment and in providing alternative water supplies for the communities that are affected by nitrate issues. And there are diverse sources of nitrate throughout the Central Valley to be managed, where many industries contribute to the nitrate problems, such as agriculture, industry activities including manufacturing and processing facility wastewater, and oil and gas extraction, municipalities, and residential activities through the use of septic tanks, fertilizers, and landfills. Nitrate Control Program implementation is prioritized to first address health risks associated with nitrate-impacted drinking water. Prioritized groundwater basins and subbasins in the Central Valley have been identified based on ambient nitrate conditions in groundwater and the degree of water quality concerns for nitrate. Priority 1 areas on the map in red are where management zones have been developed and where early action plans were implemented starting in May 2021. Priority 2 areas are those in orange, where implementation began in December 2023 with the issuance of notices to comply. For Priority 2 areas, implementation of early action plans and delivery of replacement drinking water is expected to begin in late February of 2025. The remaining areas, or non-prioritized areas in green, will be addressed on a case-by-case basis, phasing implementation after we address the nitrate problems in Priority 1 and 2 areas. This map shows the Priority 1 management zones, which include the Modesto and Turlock basins, each with their own respective management zone, with Valley Water Collaborative as the administrator. We have Chowchilla Management Zone, the Kings Water Alliance, the Kuya Water Foundation, and the Tule Basin Management Zone. The Management Zone Permitting Approach, or Path B, involves a shared and collective responsibility amongst dischargers for implementation of nitrate reduction solutions and drinking water solutions. For dischargers that are above the nitrate standard, permitting Path B allows for an exception from the nitrate standard, provided they take actions toward achieving compliance with the water quality objectives, and it also requires that the management zone provide safe drinking water to affected communities and residents in the management zone. Compliance with the nitrate control program requirements will be enforced through discharge permit provisions. In May 2020, the regional board sent notices to comply to discharges in Priority 1 basins, which kicked off program implementation and a time schedule for submitting management zone deliverables. Preliminary management zone proposals, or PMZPs, and early action plans, or EAPs, were submitted by the 6 Priority 1 management zones in March 2021. PMZPs contained information on the management zone boundaries, technical analysis of nitrate conditions, and a list of participating members. EAPs described how management zones would conduct well testing and provide safe drinking water to impacted residents. These documents had a 30-day public comment period, and after review, the board sent conditional approval letters for these plans to the management zones. Implementation of early action plans began in May 2021, and the final management zone proposals, or FMZPs, were submitted to the board in August 2022. The final proposals had a 30-day comment period, and the board sent concurrence letters for the FMZPs and final EAPs in February 2023. Most recently, the management zone implementation plans were submitted to the Central Valley Water Board in September of 2023. These had a public comment period and were reviewed by board staff, which I will discuss further in a later slide. The Nitrate Control Program describes requirements that an MZIP include the following: identify and address emergency, interim, and permanent drinking water needs, include a residential sampling program to identify affected residents with groundwater that exceeds the nitrate standard, consideration of future impacts on public water systems and impacts that potential solutions may have on operations and maintenance costs. MZIPs must also include plans to reduce nitrate loading, plans to establish a managed aquifer restoration program to restore nitrate levels at or below water quality objectives to the extent it is reasonable, feasible, and practicable, identification of funding or cost share agreements, water quality characterization of nitrate conditions within a management zone, and last but not least, community collaboration and outreach. After receiving the MZIPs in September 2023, the board staff reviewed the MZIPs to determine if the required elements identified in the basin plans were included and addressed. In November 2023, in letters provided to each management zone, the executive officer determined that all 6 of the Priority 1 management zone implementation plans are complete. Determination of completeness means that the MZIPs provided information, actions, and timelines that address the key elements identified in the basin plan. The MZIPs, however, are still subject to additional review during the development of permit revisions and environmental documents to ensure that the proposed plans are adequate to meet the needs of communities and individuals that are impacted by nitrate in their groundwater. The MZIPs were made available for public comment period from November 1st to December 22nd in 2023. This was a 52-day public comment period, which was beyond the typical 30 or 45-day comment period to allow more time for review and comment on the documents, given that the comment period occurred during the holiday season. The Central Valley Water Board received 4 comment letters. 2 letters were jointly submitted from the California Rural Legal Assistance and the Santa Clara University Environmental Justice and the Common Good. 1 letter was jointly submitted by the Community Water Center, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, Environmental Law Foundation, Clean Water Action, and Asociación de Gente Unida por el Agua, and 1 letter from Sustainable Conservation. The comments we received will be considered as the board works on developing permit revisions for all of the dischargers. Board staff have addressed written comments received in a formal response to comment document. Additionally, the management zones also prepared a response to comment document, and both of these were sent to the commenters, posted on the Central Valley Water Board's website, and included as part of today's agenda package. The next few slides will highlight and summarize some key comments and staff responses. The first comment is that MZIPs cannot rely on township level averaging as a compliance metric. And for a little background on groundwater protection targets, these targets are currently used in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, where the development of groundwater protection targets was required by the Eastern San Joaquin River Watershed General Order. The intent is to provide township-based loading rates of nitrate as nitrogen that are necessary to achieve compliance with receiving water limitations for groundwater. In 2023, the Central Valley Water Board conditionally approved the groundwater protection targets that were submitted by the ILRP coalitions. For the ILRP, these targets will be reviewed and revised every 5 years. The MZIPs propose to build upon the existing approach implemented by the ILRP and to use the same metric that dischargers in a management zone would collectively achieve to no longer cause or contribute to an exceedance of nitrate in groundwater. Groundwater protection targets at a township level scale are one of many valuable sources of information which the board may utilize to assess regulatory program progress. The Nitrate Control Program requires only that MZIPs contain proposals for enforceable and quantifiable interim deadlines to define timelines by which compliance must occur, not how it should be assessed. The board will ensure that interested parties and the public have the opportunity to provide input on the development of methodology and metrics for assessing compliance with the Nitrate Control Program. Next, it was suggested that the MZIP should not be considered complete until it addresses the data transparency, methodology, and availability issues raised by the commenter. Staff review did not reveal any inconsistencies with data transparency, methodology, or availability with the requirements of the Nitrate Control Program. MZIPs are subject to further review during the development of permit and environmental documents. Comments and community feedback may initiate further changes to the proposed actions. In addition, the board will continue to ensure that data provided are accessible and that we make regulatory decisions based off of information that is available to all stakeholders. More than one comment letter suggested that community engagement and outreach must be prioritized and conducted equitably and inclusively. Management zones have implemented a variety of outreach strategies and intend to incorporate community input to optimize engagement. Equity and inclusivity considerations for outreach will be further developed as part of MZIP implementation and permit revisions in compliance with AB 2108 and CEQA requirements. The next comment is that the 35-year compliance time schedules are not as short as practicable. Board staff acknowledge that a 35-year time schedule is unprecedented and requires periodic review and discussion of the justification for why compliance on a shorter timescale is infeasible. If new information and technology shows that dischargers in a management zone can meet a time schedule that is shorter than 35 years, then the board will work to shorten that time schedule. To support the response in the previous slide regarding the 35-year time schedule, under the exceptions policy, the Central Valley Water Board has the authority to revise timelines to conform to best practicable treatment or control. The Basin Plan Amendment states, the Central Valley Water Board will require those dischargers with authorized exceptions to prepare a status report every 5 years, summarizing compliance with the terms and conditions of the exception. The Central Valley Water Board will conduct its review of exceptions in a public hearing and will consider the length of the exceptions terms and revise the length of terms if appropriate. In determining if the length of the term is appropriate, the Central Valley Water Board needs to confirm if the term is still as short as practicable for each discharger or category of dischargers. The last comment I will highlight is that the MZIPs failed to provide a plan to restore basins within 50 years as required by the Basin Plan amendments. The board will work with management zones to make sure that the aquifer restoration plans are developed in more detail as MZIPs are implemented. There is uncertainty at the early stages of implementation, and the restoration will come into sharper focus as we implement the program and as coordination and discussions continue with the State Water Board and SGMA groundwater sustainability agencies. Board staff will be giving a hard look at the proposed water quality surveillance and monitoring programs, which are required to ensure that the plan, when implemented, is achieving the expected progress toward attainment of management goals. It is important to note that the MZIPs are not self-implementing. The regional board will use these plans to inform permit requirements and revisions. This will involve a major permitting effort where there are 11 general permits that need to be revised that include both regional and statewide permits and covers about 900 confined animals facilities, several oil and gas operations, NPDES permittees, small domestic wastewater treatment systems, and biosolids facilities. Irrigated lands permits will also need to be updated, which cover about 7,000 farms enrolled in 4 coalitions within the Priority 1 basins. And about 168 individual permits, including 53 municipal facilities, will be updated as well. Before the applicable permits are updated, CEQA assessment of environmental impacts and trade-offs will be conducted for the infrastructure that is needed to adjust nitrate load reductions and costs for compliance and impacts during the compliance timeline. This will be subject to several public processes. All permit updates will require AB 2108 findings where meaningful and culturally relevant outreach and engagement will be done by board staff in collaboration with dischargers to meet with affected communities and make sure that they have the opportunity to provide meaningful input during the process for incorporating MZIPs into permit requirements. Permits must also satisfy all applicable state policies, including anti-degradation, sources of drinking water, human right to water, and non-point source policy. Drinking water infrastructure build-out and financing must be assessed in cooperation with affected communities and individuals and in coordination with the State Water Board. Communities with non-compliant wastewater treatment plants will have to assess their infrastructure needs, opportunities for facility upgrades, and get buy-in from local municipal leadership. And while all these activities occur, the management zones must continue implementing their drinking water programs and outreach. To wrap up my presentation, today's meeting is an informational hearing where you will hear from the management zone representatives, environmental justice representatives, and community members. The objective of today's hearing is to hear and understand the various perspectives on the MZIPs and have a discussion that focuses on the adequacy of the MZIPs. Board staff do not have a recommendation on the MZIPs. However, we are looking for guidance from the board members as we consider next steps regarding permit revisions. This concludes our presentation, and we could answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. It was a good summary of a very complex and long-term program that you're involved in. And obviously, it's going to go on for a lot longer than I'll be on the board. The summary indicated the township level groundwater protection targets are kind of a priority for the EJ community and really for the program at large. And revising these permits is going to be a really substantial effort. I'm kind of curious if you could summarize how the concerns over the township level approach are going to be addressed in terms of identifying hot spots and how those would be dealt with in the nearer term. So I know that's one of the concerns of the community.
I think I'll defer to Adam to answer that one. It looks like he's ready to jump in. So I think there's going to be more presentation on this a little bit later too, but what we're looking at now is that the targets themselves with, in our staff review, what we've come to is they aren't necessarily, based on a full averaging across the township. It's really what's important is where the nitrogen's being reduced. So if the hot spots develop in certain areas, or if you say, I think, actually, let me step back. A better way of saying it is there's already hot spots, right? We already have places that aren't meeting the objectives. And what we're trying to do is reduce the amount discharged. So eventually we'll have areas that'll start to get better and better over time. The groundwater protection targets are one tool that we have to do that. And they'll establish an overarching way to target to reduce nitrate loading. And then everyone in that township is going to work to reduce over time. What we don't know is, how over time the different farms will reduce. Some may reduce more, some may reduce less. And that's where, over time we could, with monitoring and other tools in the program, try and see how. I think it's going to have to be an iterative process. We're trying to reduce these hot spots. We're going to be monitoring. We've also got other tools too, on-farm targets, where farmers are going to have to reduce their fertilizer use to meet those targets too. So each farm will have to do that. But I think over the long term, if we achieve these targets, we reduce the loading, and we also implement our monitoring, our groundwater monitoring program. And we also look at, year over year, the, fertilizer, we're tracking fertilizer application. We're tracking how growers are, implementing their groundwater targets, how they're implementing the groundwater management plan. And what we'll need to do is, as we check in over time, be ensuring that hot spots or all areas are getting better and we're not having areas get worse. And that's how we'll adapt the program over time.
Okay, thank you. And then on the permitting question, 11 general permits, all these individual permits, the irrigated land, what's the timeline roughly and the level of effort you anticipate for addressing those? Is it a 5-year review, or is it 10 years? What is it?
Even quicker than that. I know there are folks that want the permits revised now. But what we're going to be doing in the upcoming months is, and actually to take an even bigger step back, I think it's the subtext through Angela's presentation is that when you look at nitrate compliance in the Central Valley, nearly all of it is tied to agriculture and dairies kind of as the main inputs that are causing nitrate concerns in the valley. POTWs, publicly owned treatment plants that treat wastewater, are also on the map. So are some industrial facilities, but over 90% of it comes from agriculture. So when we talk about permitting revisions, the permitting revisions that are necessary to implement the nitrate load reductions over the first iteration of the exception, it almost all happens with the dairies and with ag. And so the challenge is to get permit revisions to those programs that implement the nitrate control program, that hold all entities in the management zones accountable for the drinking water program, and that make meaningful progress towards meeting the nitrate objectives over time. And so really, when we're talking about it right now, what we're looking at scoping out over the near term, over the next year and a half or so, is to make sure that we have CEQA requirements met, make sure that the requirements under AB 2108 are met, which requires meaningful engagement with affected communities, environmental justice communities. And then we have permitting terms that are enforceable. And last but not least, that we have monitoring provisions incorporated into the permit that are sufficient to satisfy state policies, including non-point source policy, that we can have meaningful feedback to understand whether the program is working or not. So all of that are things that are working together. And when I mentioned that Angela is working on a multidisciplinary approach, it means that she's working with folks in the irrigated lands program, folks in the confined animals program, to make sure that their requirements are going to be met. And then all of the treatment plants, septic systems, industrial facilities are also going to have their permits revised to essentially say, during the short term, fund the drinking water program and work with the management zone to make sure that the goals are met. So long way of saying year and a half is what we're targeting.
Thank you, Patrick. Any other questions or comments for Angela? Guess not. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Great summary. You got a lot of material to read. Yeah, look at that.
Thank you. So here we are, readers, you name it, we got it all. Thank you very much for having us here today. I am Tess Dunham. I'm with Consories and Conway, and I'm here today on behalf of all of the management zones to talk a little bit about the content of the management zone implementation plans. I will apologize, it's going to be a little lengthy, but we'll get through it. I also hope that you had an opportunity this morning to stop at the booths out in the parking lot. It's a very small snapshot of the type of outreach that the management zones are currently undertaking at fairs and at food shares and churches and you name it, flea markets. That's the type of the outreach that we do. And this is just a snapshot of that, plus a substantial other outreach as well. I also want to say that, with respect to questions, I'm here today generally, but hopefully you'll let me reserve the right to phone a friend if you have a question that I need some assistance with from our technical consultants who are available, our management zone leaders, and others who have been a substantial portion of putting together what we consider to be a pretty substantial effort. And I'm very proud to present here today what we've been able to accomplish. So thank you. And then, am I in control of this? I guess I am. So first on the presentation topics, I want to talk a little bit here, just give you an overview of what I'm going to touch on today. Again, these are very in-depth documents. So I am giving you a very big overview. There's a lot underneath each of these, and more than happy to have further conversations with anybody who cares to hear some of the detail in greater detail. But first of all, I want to say one of the reasons that we can have one person up here is because the coordination that the management zones did up front in the development of the management zone implementation plans. We started talking early on. We all coordinate. We meet monthly, sometimes twice monthly, sometimes even more frequently, and realize that there are common elements across all the management zones and that a common methodology would be the benefit to everybody. So instead of having 6 different people up here presenting 6 different management zones, we're able to do it to show the commonalities and the approach that was taken to make sure we had consistent methodologies, especially when you're talking about nitrogen loading estimates and how we're going to determine getting long-term drinking water solutions to communities. Now, each management zone, of course, has its own personality, its own program, its own people, but there's too much in common, especially when we're talking about the irrigated lands program and the dairies and the general orders, to have 6 different approaches to everything. So we're happy to be able to do that today, to show today how we were able to do that collectively. Key components of the management zone implementation plans that I will touch on. We're going to talk about the emergency and interim drinking water program. We're going to talk about the long-term drinking water solutions program, the nitrate reduction program, the managed aquifer restoration, and other key elements. And of course, I look forward to having questions to be able to answer. As I said, I'm really proud of what we've been able to accomplish today. I've been working in this field for a long time, and I'm really proud of what we've done. We have put together a very successful implementation of a nitrate control program. I recognize this is a busy slide, and I'm not going to talk about every box. And a lot of this Angela already touched upon. But to summarize it, in less than 4 years, we have built 5 new organizations covering 6 management zones. We have developed funding mechanisms, hired technical consultants and others, and we managed to do this all on a timely manner. We never missed a deadline. We never asked for extra time. All the while, we were implementing our early action plans, conducting outreach, conducting free well testing, and now delivering bottled water to over 1,400 households. All again within a 4-year period. I think that's pretty remarkable and something the people behind me should be very proud of. This is a repeat of a slide very similar to what Angela just showed you as far as our priority 1 management zone areas. So I will just keep moving forward. And actually, I will back up. I will just make one note real quick, just so people understand how the organizations, most of the organizations have developed nonprofit organizations that have administered the management zones. They have become 501c3s. Chowchilla is a very small management zone. It is administered through a steering committee under the auspices of the Madera County Farm Bureau. So just a slight difference. But again, that's all the new organizations that have been developed to implement this program. What is the content of the nitrate control program and how we have met the different requirements within? When we talk about drinking water solutions, we've broken it up into 2 different programs. We have emergency and interim drinking water, which is essentially the extension of our early action plans. And then we have the long-term drinking water solutions. We'll talk about both of those. We have the nitrate reduction program, which is that sector-based program, and how are we going to reach goal 2, which is no longer cause or contribute to exceedances of the nitrate objectives in receiving water. That is what we clarify or talk about as our nitrate reduction program. And then we have other key components consistent with the basin plan, which include managed aquifer restoration. We do have a surveillance and monitoring program that is built into all the management implementation plans, outreach, compliance assessments, and annual reporting, 5-year reporting, 10-year reporting with elements for all of those. The management zone implementation plans, as I said, were done in a consistent way through all the management zones. So what we have is, these are what we call the appendices. Most of the appendices are common in that it's a loading methodology, and it talks about that methodology or the assessment methodology to characterize groundwater. This is an example of the appendices that is consistent to all of the management zone implementation plans. And then this is the plan itself. Like I said, these are, unless you're have lots of insomnia, these take a little while to get through. So there are 22 appendices that support the management zone implementation plan document. Each appendix provides more detail regarding the long-term drinking water program. It talks about that approach, how public water systems were assessed, and how we're bringing forward the sector-based nitrate reduction programs and all the technical methodologies that were used to develop the management zone implementation plan are documented as part of the appendix. Again, as I noted, a number of these appendices are common to all of the management zone implementation plans. Some of them are management zone specific, such as data sets. All the data are provided that was used for every management zone in an appendix, as well as is available online. We have outreach activities for each management zone, developed an appendix discussing their outreach and other information about their actual participants for each management zone. We also took the effort and time to put together an executive summary, which is provided both in English and Spanish. Now I'm going to move on to the actual components of the management zone implementation plans. As I indicated, first, we have kind of the emergency and interim drinking water program. This is an extension of the early action plans that were put together and approved and started to be implemented as soon as May of 2021. So in the emergency interim drinking water program, we continue our community outreach, our domestic well testing, our bottled water delivery when nitrate exceeds limits. A couple of the management zones have water fill stations or kiosks that are open and available to anybody. And we have coordination ongoing with the State Water Board and the SAFER program, where some of the management zones are now conducting co-contaminant testing as part of a SAFER grant and not just nitrate testing. Importantly, since, as we indicated, the early action plans started to be implemented as of May 8th of 2021. Across all the management zones, any resident within a management zone has ongoing access to free well testing, free bottled water delivery if their well exceeds the nitrate drinking water standard. And in Kings, Quay, and Tule, there are also some kiosk water fill stations for those if they choose to use those. One of the eligibility, we do have a slight caveat, obviously. Those that receive water from a public water system that is compliant with nitrate is not eligible to have their well tested because they don't have a well. But those really, we've focused in on the domestic well owners and very small community systems in order to make sure that people are receiving free bottled water if they would like, and or make sure they know about the access to fill stations. Some of the management zones are also now in the process of adding in point of use or point of entry systems, depending upon where they are. So that is also happening now as well. Just a quick summary of what we've been able to accomplish to date. And these are, again, the aggregated numbers across all the management zones. And this is as of the end of March of 2024. Since we started in May of 2021, so in 3 years, we have tested over 2,200 wells. We have delivered over 2 million gallons of water since 2021. We have conducted extensive outreach, meetings, events, people engagements, you name it, Spanish radio, newspaper, social media, all of the outreach components. The management zones will be having a panel later today, either before or after lunch. They'll provide a little bit more detail on some of those activities, so I won't spend a lot of time on those. Let them tell you what they're doing individually. What is our success to date? Early action plans we've been implementing since May 8th of 2021. Again, as of the end of March of 2024, we have 1,429 households that are receiving free bottled water deliveries. We have the active fill stations, and the number of on the right is just a breakdown of those numbers per management zone. And we continue to implement that program every day. Also here, just a quick plug that the management zones have put together and brought on contractors to develop a dashboard. That dashboard is available on the CV Salts website, and it is updated regularly. And so it tries to show, kind of real time as it's updated, what's going on both on well testing numbers, free bottled water deliveries, fill station usage, as well as outreach efforts. So that is a link to our dashboard, which we will continue to work with, update, and hopefully add on priority twos next year to our dashboard. Moving forward now, I want to start talking about our long-term drinking water solutions program, how we've put it forward in the management zone implementation plan. So throughout the management zone implementation plans, what we've done, of course, is we needed to figure out a way to break down how we're going to focus in and prioritize throughout the management zone. So the methodology that was put forward developed initial focus areas for the development of long-term solutions. Areas in each management zone were identified based upon the most urgent needs. We recognize that bottled water delivery is a short-term solution, and we needed to start facilitating what that long-term drinking water solution looks like. So within the management zones, we have a work plan as to and an approach and a process, milestones for the management zones in implementing those long-term drinking water solutions. To facilitate the implementation of this program, again, we identified initial focus areas that are delineated where the management zones are beginning that work. IFAs are areas within each management zone that are in the most urgent need of the solutions. I'll show you a little bit more about how we came to that. It was part of the development of the implementation plans. And importantly, I just want to make sure people understand that why we are going forward and looking for and identifying these long-term solutions, nothing stops the program of still doing well testing, offering free bottled water, and helping people on the interim and emergency basis. So just want to make sure it's understood that that program does not stop until there's a long-term solution in place for that area. That long-term program in the management zone implementation plans, we include a work plan that identifies the activities, milestones, schedule, and for implementation for each initial focus area. The key elements of that work plan are shown on the right-hand side of this slide. So how did we determine and select an initial focus area? It was a science-based approach to identify those areas. We looked at characterization of ambient concentrations and trends from available data. We looked at the state drinking water needs assessment and risk levels. We looked at locations of disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities. We looked at the density of domestic wells and population in elevated nitrate areas based on actual well tests. We looked at nitrogen loading from the different dischargers within the management zone and the location of residents that were currently receiving bottled water in our program. Through this analysis, the IFAs were selected based on that criteria shown on the right side of the slide, which is we really focused in on the disadvantaged communities first. We've been focused in on domestic well density and population. And of course, local knowledge is knowing our management zone leaders live in these communities. They know these people. They work with these individuals as well as leaders in the area. And we wanted to make sure we identified those areas. I won't put up an example of all the IFAs for each of the management zones. This is just to give you an example. This is for the Kings Water Alliance, which is the Kings Subbasin, and it has 8 initial focus areas identified within its management zone implementation plan. In those focus areas, as we look for long-term solutions, we will be able to help a population of probably almost 15,000 residents. 13,000 of them are estimated to have drinking water that exceeds the nitrate drinking water standard or above 7.5. We used 7.5 for this analysis to be conservative, not 10. In these areas for the Kings area, we estimate that there are probably there's over 1,800 domestic wells, of which 1,400 of them probably have elevated nitrate. Again, trying to focus in on those focused areas. A key component of any initial focus area, and more importantly for those long-term drinking water solutions, is the community outreach that's going to be necessary to develop those solutions. We recognize that we sitting in our little offices or our cubicles or maybe our dining room table if we're working remotely, that it's not for us to predetermine what the solution is for the community. We need to work directly with the community to make sure we understand their needs, what works for them, and what they feel is the best solution. So a huge component of the initial or the long-term drinking water solutions program is that community outreach that, it says will occur in the IFAs. It's already occurring throughout the management zones. They are already talking to their communities. They're already talking to whether it's self-help, if they have a presence, the counties and others, as well as leaders in the area, talking to small water systems and those that run them. That targeted outreach is, lost my place. Again, importantly, we want to make sure we are outreaching to those that are directly in the initial focus area, i.e. In other words, those that live there, the residents, to identify what is a potential solution that would work for them. We want to make sure we are coordinating with state and local agencies, public water systems, local organizations such as Self-Help, Community Water Center, and others that also may assist in identifying solutions. We also are fully aware that some solutions are already underway and being implemented. We are not planning to stop any project, but we want to make sure we can help. And then if there's a project that's already been identified and ongoing, what can we do, if there's anything we can do, in order to help move it forward, not get in the way of it? We recognize that that would not be ideal for anybody. The illustrations on the right summarizes the kind of stepwise approach that happens. And, it's kind of runs in parallel. While we're doing community outreach, you kind of also have to do some feasibility analysis and understand what the potential options are for each individual community. So it goes in hand and in parallel with each other. And so that are the kind of the workflow of how that would look. In the long-term drinking water solutions work plan within the appendixes for the management zone implementation plans, it provides the details on this stepwise program process, an overview of the potential drinking water solutions, both traditional and non-traditional, and the challenges associated with implementation of each. Just to give you an idea, these are figures that come out of the management zone implementation plan as well as the appendix. These are just kind of help to capture the range of solutions that are out there. Some are obviously far superior than others. We want to do the best solution that can be done, but that may not be available in every place, right? Every place is going to be unique, have unique circumstances. But this is just here to illustrate the number of different types of solutions that are out there, whether it is consolidation, if that's feasible, if areas are close enough to an existing public water system, whether there is wellhead treatment, ion exchange is another potential option, whether, digging a new well, a deeper well, a different location, is that an option, right? These are the types of long-term solution options and many others that we all need to evaluate. The long-term drinking water solutions program, the work plan establishes a schedule with milestones for implementation of these solutions in the initial focus areas. And it works to identify ongoing first, we need to know what's going on right now, right? We don't want to get in the way. So what's happening now? Who are those that are active in the community, and how can we work with them to help facilitate solutions? We want to conduct outreach and engagement in those areas and obtain local input. If there is nobody working in that space right now, how can we start working with others to make sure that we can get something going? What are the options out there? Are there public water systems that need further evaluation? Do they need help and assistance? We have lots of small little districts throughout the Central Valley, as you all are well aware, that need help and need assistance. Some of them have access to technical service advisors now through Safer grant funding and other programs. Others don't. We want to help evaluate the feasibility and solutions and the frameworks for the next steps for those communities and all residents in those initial focus areas. And then, of course, what is that program of implementation? Once we have the initial focus areas done, then of course there are more. We don't stop. We move forward. And it's iterative. And as you will see later, a little bit later today, just because an area has not been identified as initial focus area now, doesn't mean it might not become one even in the short term. Just here, a little snapshot of combined through the management zone implementation work plans, through our initial focus areas, we anticipate that we will be able to help out of the 30 initial focus areas, a population of almost 36,000. But again, it's iterative and the work doesn't stop there. I'm going to move on to the nitrate reduction program. So that was goal 1. As Angela noted, the first goal of the nitrate control program is to make sure people have safe drinking water. Those programs address goal 1. Goal 2 is to make sure that we are no longer causing or contributing to exceedances of nitrate in the ambient groundwater. That program that addresses that is the nitrate reduction program. So I'll walk through and give a little snapshot of what is included in the nitrate reduction program. So first of all, we have set it up as a sector-based program, which hopefully will make it a little easier for Patrick and his staff as they go to implement and incorporate the program into permits, as we just discussed previously. So we have the irrigated ag component. We have the dairy facilities. We have bovine, we have poultry, and then of course the non-chapter 15 are those individual permittees. As Patrick already indicated, the focus is primarily on irrigated ag and dairy. And then there are other general orders for bovine and poultry and others as well. It is a stepwise process across all of the sectors. One of the most important components is first to make sure we know what the loadings are for each of those sectors within each management zone. We have a fairly decent snapshot for the irrigated lands program because the development of the groundwater protection values and targets program and the fact that irrigated ag reports in its summary reports the amount of nitrogen that it is applying. So that is probably the most robust area of loading that we have is in the ILRP. But we need to update it for others, and we will also need to update that for irrigated lands. So the first thing is we want to make sure we get better loading for everybody. And so we know how much nitrogen is going on by existing dischargers. Then we have, we have also established nitrogen reduction milestones or goals. How much nitrogen are we going to reduce in increments of time in order to ultimately get to that no longer cause or contribute goal? And then we have a schedule of implementation of activities. We call these interim milestones based on the language in the basin plan, where the interim milestone are the actions, whereas the milestone is the reduction goal. Maybe. Oops. It's not working. You got it? Okay. Thank you. I'll start with a program that is close to my heart, as many of you know, would be the irrigated ag program. And we have a number of key elements within the irrigated ag nitrate reduction program. First of all, it applies to all growers across the priority management zones, the priority 1 management zones. And much of the requirements apply even if you're not in a management zone, right? So we did tee off of what's currently within the irrigated lands program order, but it's enhanced and it's more than what those that are not in management zones are subject to. First of all, I'll talk about those milestones. What are those reduction goals? So first of all, in the management zones, we have approximately 1.4 million irrigated acres across the priority 1 management zones and the 6 management zone areas. Those milestones we have looked at using as part of the existing program. We have what we call the applied over removed ratio ranges, which was part of the East San Joaquin Presidential Order. And then we have the groundwater protection targets, which is also part of the East San Joaquin Presidential Order that has been implemented in large part in parallel in the development of this program. We have key interim milestones, which is making sure that we calculate the loading for all irrigated acres within the priority one management zones, not just those on high vulnerability, which is what was required under the groundwater protection program. So it does expand that to non-high vulnerability acreage if it's in a management zone. We, of course, want to focus our education and outreach to growers that are within the management zones and those that are showing, based upon the data and information they are providing, whether they are outside of what we call an A/R ratio. We are in the process right now of developing those ranges. Work plans have gone out, waiting for input from staff, but hoping to have those ranges out there for public dissemination the next several months. We have milestones, again, focused on meeting those acceptable ranges and achieving groundwater protection targets. Groundwater protection targets in the irrigated lands program are set to try to show that irrigated ag on a township basis in that township is no longer causing or contributing. So it's working towards meeting those targets. And in the interim milestones, we have a large range of activities, including improving data collection, updating groundwater protection values, increasing the education and outreach to growers that reside within the management zones, and especially those if they are showing that they are not meeting goals and targets, and A/R ranges, and all the other components of it. Nitrate reduction milestones and the management zone implementation plans is that we would have at least 75% of the fields of acreage in priority one areas within an acceptable ratio range, i.e. what is, agronomically and, appropriate for the crop that you grow. They are crop specific. They are not averaged across. It's for each crop has their own specific ratio range that they should be growing at. We want to achieve 75% within 15 years and 100% within 20 years. With respect to another major milestone we put in there are, again, meeting those groundwater protection targets on the townships, which would be no longer causing or contributing. We are proposing that there be 50% reached within 10 years, 75% in 20, 90% in 30, and then 100% by year 35 as part of the exception. And I'll show you a slide here what that really means as far as numbers of townships and how even early on we're showing significant amount of compliance. We always know it's always that last 5% that's always the hardest to achieve. So we recognize that. Oh, shoot. And I didn't even change the slide before. Oops. Okay. This was what I was just talking about. Apologize, everybody. Okay, just to give you some perspective on the proposed 35-year compliance schedule to comply with groundwater protection targets for the irrigated lands program. There are 15 townships across the management zones. I believe, 15 townships. This is for Modesto. Within the Modesto management zone, as an example, there are 15 townships in the management zone. At year 10, we would have 8 of the 15 townships would be meeting groundwater protection targets. And by year 20, 12 of 15, and by year 30, 14 of 15. So we are moving significant amount of acreages into meeting targets fairly soon within the time frame by going to 8, and then in year 20, getting up to 12 of 15. I also, just a reminder, and it was said earlier that when we talk about that 35-year compliance, it is subject to review every 5 years by the regional board. So just, we could start with 35. The regional board may decide we think you can do it in 5 years from now. We do an update and they think that, well, we think you can do it in less time than that. That's always your discretion. So we selected 35 years because it's what we know now. And it's what we think we can achieve realistically based on what information that we have and where we're at in the program. Every 5 years, when we come back to the board, and every 10 years, when we have an even more substantial evaluation of technology that's available, that may change. So it is not set in stone for the life of the program. I'll move to the dairy facilities. So across the management zones, there are 762 dairies that, by our numbers, one of the key dairy milestones is that there be 100% of the dairies achieve zero whole farm manure balance by year 10. That is something that the dairy industry has put forward in its reports that it has done to the State Water Board and the Regional Board, and it is a consistent milestone that we propose here. We also have proposed the development of a really key important component for the dairies, which is a new reporting database methodology. For any of you who have ever tried to evaluate the dairy program, you know that almost everything's in paper. And the dairy industry proposes that we develop a common database reporting so we know what are the herd sizes. Through the herd sizes, we can better determine nitrogen loading for the dairies across the valley. That's a very important component, which is not something we currently have in place. Again, achieving zero farm balance, whole farm manure balance by year 10. And of course, most importantly, by year 10, we have a comprehensive update of the dairy nitrate reduction plan with new interim milestones for the next 10 years. It is phased in large part because we need to get the information through this common reporting element. Another key component that has left us a little bit, we're all waiting on the State Water Board to issue a dairy order. And I know if Art was there, it'd be done by now. But we are where we are, and we had to go forward with developing a dairy program in the absence of knowing what the State Water Board is going to say about it. So we took the information that we had and we developed the milestones based upon the knowledge and what we believe is an appropriate pathway forward for the dairy industry. Just to share kind of what that looks like for the dairy nitrate reduction milestones. Again, we're looking to have 100% of the dairies in the management zones reach whole farm balance by year 10. The completion of a 20-year would be identification of an updated dairy nitrogen reduction plan prepared by year 10. And then, looking forward, we would have new goals and new milestones once we've been able to do the update, once we have the data and the information. And once we have a State Board General Order. We did provide justification for the dairy industry why we think 35 years is appropriate for the dairy industry, in large part because of the significant unknowns. There are many other milestones. I just want to make sure you understand that there are many other interim milestones for each sector that are within the management zone implementation plans, but you guys would start throwing apples and bananas at me because I'd be up here all day. So I just want to make sure you recognize I'm just trying to hone in on the very top ones. Again, we have tremendous uncertainty right now until we have the State Board complete its review, which then will come back to this board at some point, we've been told, and we're going to get to have more fun. I'll go quickly on the bovine facilities, and bovine is set up under the general order for limited time and population operations or low threat operations, and then what we call full coverage facilities. So we have developed different timelines for those different types of facilities, which is consistent with the Regional Board's general order. Basically, full coverage facilities, which are your bigger bovine facilities that are subject to more stringent requirements under the general order. They would need to provide site-specific nitrate reduction work plans and to explain to the Regional Board how they're going to meet the nitrate goals within their work plan. We also have for the low threat operations, the establishment of a quality assurance program so we can work with these smaller operations to make sure they know the best management practices and programs to put in place so that they can ensure compliance with the Regional Board's permit. The milestones are that the low threat facilities would be subject and in compliance with the nitrate reduction program, 100% of them within 10 years since they are low threat. And then the full coverage facilities, we have here that we think they would be in full compliance by year 35. I think that's one area which probably is a shorter time frame, but we're going based upon the data and information we have now until we have the nitrate reduction work plans for each of the full coverage bovine facilities. And then it would be revised on a site-specific basis. Poultry facilities are similar to the bovine in that the regional board's general order divides things between low threat operations and full coverage facilities. So we have similar requirements and milestones for poultry as we put forward for the bovine facilities, since the general order is very similar. Importantly, I think it's important to see that for poultry in the Central Valley, there are only 4 what we call full coverage facilities. Almost all of the poultry facilities are what we call low threat, or 100, and there are 138 of those. Typically, that's dry litter, meaning they don't have wet litter. They run things as dry litter, haul it off, or compost. So a big difference here between the low threat and the full coverage facilities for poultry. And just a quick snapshot, again, we're looking at a poultry quality assurance program, talking with the poultry industry. It's been a part of those conversations of developing one for those low threat operations to make sure we can protect nitrate. For those full coverage operations, like the bovine facilities, they would need an individual, approved nitrogen reduction plan, and that we would be looking for them to meet groundwater protection targets along with others in the management zone within 25 years for full coverage facilities. Again, there are only 4. Going to the non-chapter 15, which are individual facilities, whether it's a food processor, a winery, a wastewater facility. This kind of just summarizes the numbers within that. What we have done is we have grouped them. So we have different compliance timeframes based upon the grouping. Group 1 and 2 are non-domestic wastewater facilities that have very potential impact. And Group 3 are the wastewater treatment facilities for disadvantaged and significantly disadvantaged communities. We basically are proposing that the Group 1 and Group 2, that they comply with the nitrate reduction, the goal 2, no longer cause or contribute on a shorter time frame, and that the Group 3s, these small disadvantaged communities, we know they need funding. We know they're going to need help from the state's revolving loan fund in order to make treatment plant upgrades. And there's a lot that's going to have to be done to help these small rural wastewater systems. So they have been given more time under the nitrate reduction program. For a lot of the 915 facilities, a big component is data collection. Some of these facilities have WDRs that go back 20, 30, maybe even 40 years. We've got some very old WDRs. There's no monitoring. There's lack of data to know what they're even applying when it comes to nitrate. So one of the first key components for these facilities is getting better, accurate data with respect to the nitrogen loading. And then from there, working on facility-specific nitrate reduction work plans once we have data to know, where are they at? How much loading are they at? Are they already no longer causing or contributing, which may be the case for many of them. We just don't have the data to know. Again, these work plans would be site-specific and facility specific. It would reevaluate compliance timelines for each facility as its nitrate reduction work plan is developed, so we know what each facility can do. There's a graph of that non-Chapter 15 program milestones. The idea being that those facilities in a management zone with an approved nitrate reduction work plan, of the Group 1 facilities, 100% of them would have that approved within 10 years. Group 2s would be 100% within 15 years, and Group 3s would be 100% 20 years. These are your disadvantaged wastewater treatment facilities. And then, of course, meeting the applicable targets, i.e. no longer cause or contribute. For those larger facilities, we'd be looking at meeting them within 20 years, Group 2 within 25, and then Group 3 within 35. All of that subject to potential change on a site-specific basis once we have more data and once we have the reduction plans for each facility. Just kind of, there are, throughout this program, there's going to be numerous opportunities for the review of the nitrate reduction program, its status and its implementation. As already been talked about, but exceptions have to be reviewed and reauthorized basically every 5 years. We are required we will have updated dairy nitrate reduction plans submitted before year 10. All nitrate reduction work plans will require review and approval. Management zone implementation plans, as Angela already noted, is not self-implementing. We know the regional board is going to be evaluating how are they going to take these elements and put them in general orders or individual permits. All of that will go through a public review process. These 5 and 10-year updates will happen through a public review process. We are also proposing annual reports. So each management zone will submit an annual report documenting what it's done over that year. So everybody can see what we're doing and making sure we're staying on course. I will go to, I'm almost done. Hang with me. But just a couple more. So just quickly on the management zone, the Managed Aquifer Restoration Program, which the environmental justice community had significant comments on. We were concerned that the management zone implementation plans did not properly incorporate a managed aquifer restoration program. We have responded to that in our response to comments, but just on a highlight here, I think it's important to highlight that the nitrate control program is adopted into the basin plan required that a plan for establishing a managed aquifer restoration program be included as part of the management zone implementation plan. And that's what we've put forward. Is it an actual implementation plan of, we're going to recharge X amount of water to restore the aquifer in 5 years? No. Is it the steps one needs to take to develop that type of implementation plan of what we need to do? Absolutely. We clearly need to do more in order to know what a managed aquifer restoration program is going to include. It also needs to have community outreach and engagement on the managed aquifer restoration approaches. We have to coordinate with the GSAs. Obviously, they're a big part of this. We're all hooked together, and lots of conversations are already happening on how the programs can work together and not duplicatively. We need targeted information to assess kind of potential short and long-term impacts. Big part of that is knowing the nitrogen loading. So we know how much is going in, how now, and where we need to go, which is a big part of knowing then what we need to do for managed aquifer restoration. We need also local information before implementing approaches, and how we restore aquifers, right? This is not a small plume where we do normal pump and treat. This is a long-term restoration by no longer contributing above the standard, and then how much can restore on its own naturally through natural precipitation, recharge efforts, and other components. This is the program elements of the Managed Aquifer Restoration program within is that we have, got to have the program goal, the participants, a foundational program design, the outreach and engagement for stakeholders and the public, potential risks. Obviously, if we're going to, you start restoring the aquifer or recharging, there are risks that we have to identify and evaluate. We need to have a monitoring program for the effectiveness of the different components. We have put forward as part of a response that we would look to submit within 10 years, a preliminary managed aquifer restoration program, kind of like a technical memorandum where we compile all the information for the management zones. This would be a part of the 10-year report, which is a 10-year report is part of the exceptions policy, which requires a reevaluation of technology to know where we stand with best practical treatment and control for all industries subject to the program. And again, we're looking at coordination with JSAs for example, in the Kings Management Zone, across their GSAs, there are 66 groundwater sustainability plan listed recharge projects. There are 55 Sigma grant-funded recharge projects. We've had the governor's executive order over the last year during the flood situation where significant recharge happened under the executive order, and it's putting all of that together. Touch briefly on just a couple of the other components, and so you know that the other components within the management zone implementation plan include a surveillance and monitoring program And that keys off of the surveillance and monitoring program for the nitrate control program and CV salts collectively, where we've already submitted a SAMP. So are we monitoring? We're not trying to duplicate. We're working and relying on the existing monitoring programs in that, Irrigated Lands already has trend monitoring programs. The CV salts program has a SAMP that was put forward and approved by the regional board that will be implemented. We have already significant monitoring happening through groundwater sustainability agencies, as well as the Irrigated Lands program and different ambient analysis. But we believe there's a total number of wells in the CV salts groundwater network are 28,000 number of wells with nitrate data. So these are kind of there on the right. You will see the number of wells by category, both in the upper zones and lower zones for trend analysis and representative trends for networks of wells. So significant efforts already underway, and we will be looking and coordinating and relying on those efforts, in addition to the monitoring that is happening every time we go out and test a domestic well. That's valuable information that we get for those, 2,200 wells that have now been sampled. We now have results for nitrate for those domestic wells that wasn't available previously, as well as the domestic well monitoring that's happening as part of the Irrigated Lands program. This just gives you an example of the surveillance and monitoring program that would be in the Modesto management zone based upon the existing wells networks that are already available. And of course, there may be a need to modify networks in the future. I'm going to switch briefly. This, I think, Mark, or Chair Bradford talks about what we call the compliance assessment approach, was the groundwater protection targets. And a key component of why we put forward that approach is because it is the foundation of the Irrigated Lands program, which, as Patrick indicated previously, is a key component of this program and a majority of the acreage in the program. So by keying off of what is already in existence and what's already been developed through that approach, and then adding to it, how do we include others? How do we include the dairy industry and the individual facilities so that we can put forward those groundwater protection targets for the whole township? With respect to the question you asked about hotspots, I think it's important to make sure and remember that and we do have called within the management zone implementation plan, hotspots are probably more facility specific versus an Irrigated Lands program because of the dispersed impact of a non-point source. There is modifications in there to look at that when we talk about groundwater protection targets. We fully anticipate that the methodology for how we have each individual sector comply with the groundwater protection target is a methodology that goes out for public review. It's a part of the steps within the compliance approach that we put forward. More importantly, is people are still going to be having access to safe drinking water. So even if there is a hotspot, that doesn't take away their access to safe drinking water while we're managing and restoring aquifers. And I think that was the one key message point I wanted to make sure was conveyed when we're talking about the groundwater protection targets. And I think this, figure on the right really does show that the green is irrigated ag. So the irrigated ag parcels are already subject to groundwater protection targets on a township basis. The non-15 facilities are in red, the dairy are in gray. So most of your township is already subject to a township groundwater protection target. We're just looking to how do we include the others in order to meet those targets. Reporting requirements, as I indicated, we have put forward, although it's not part of the basin plan, we just assumed it would be expected and we think it's appropriate, but we put forward that we would submit annual progress reports on all elements of the program, annual progress reports on where we're at on emergency and interim drinking water activities, annual progress reports of where we are on implementing the long-term solutions and all the activities that have been underway for that year, and annual reports with respect to the nitrogen program activities by sector. So we would submit these on an annual basis so everybody can know what's been done over the year. The 5-year reports is a regulatory requirement with the exceptions. So it would basically include the annual report plus. We would be looking at sector-specific reports on implementation of the nitrogen program, requirements. Where are we? Do we have new milestones? Do we need to make adjustments? All of that would be part of the 5-year report, a status report on other program areas such as the monitoring and compliance and assessment program. It also talks about, it requires the regional board to consider where you are on a compliance schedule, right? Can it be done shorter? What is the shortest amount of time practicable with respect to meeting the goal 2 requirements of no longer causing or contributing? That would be done every 5 years. The 10-year reports are also a part of the exceptions policy, which requires a sector-related evaluation of available BMPs and treatment technologies every 10 years to let us know, is there new technology that's come online that can help speed everything up? And can we now then comply sooner than what we previously proposed? And that's it.
Well, thank you, Tess. That was really comprehensive, obviously. And you guys should be proud of the progress you've made in a pretty short time period, really. And just looking at the appendices, I can tell there's a lot more work behind the scenes that you didn't have to delve into. I think we're going to have a break and then another panel or another presentation by the EJ community. And I don't know if we want to take questions now. I think I'd actually like to wait and hold questions after we've had all of the presentations, if that's okay with everybody. So I do have a few for you, but
Absolutely.
okay. Well, with that, let's take a lunch break. And I don't know, is half an hour good for everybody? Like to keep.
Probably need a little longer because we have a closed session item
Oh,
to
okay.
discuss.
So what do you think? An hour or 45?
Closed session should be about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And so about 40, 45.
Yeah.
Let's say 45. So we'll be back at 12:45.
And
please.
Jessica,
Thank
do
you.
you want-
Yeah, I need to announce the closed session.
Yeah, thank
We're
you.
going to be meeting to
Mhm.
discuss a decision to initiate litigation under 11126 subdivision E.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Okay, see you in 45 minutes. Okay, looks like we have a quorum in the audience now. So if we want to move ahead, we've heard from staff and we've heard from the Management Zone Implementation Program folks. So it's time for the EJ community and whoever's up first. Kaya?
Good afternoon. Afternoon, Chair Bradford and regional board members. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. I'm also joined by my colleagues from Leadership Council, Michael Claiborne and Jennifer Cleary from Clean Water Action, as well as community partners from across the Central Valley who all have some level of nitrate in their drinking water. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Perfect. Sorry about that. And then just some more about Community Water Center. We're a community-based organization, and we work to ensure that all Californians have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. And like I said before, the communities that we work closely with depend on groundwater and face drinking water scarcity. Our organizations have been involved in the CV salts process since the negotiations. I wasn't personally, but my colleagues Jennifer and Michael were, because over 85% of the residents who live in the Central Valley depend on groundwater for drinking water. Nitrate is one of the most common contaminants in groundwater in the Central Valley and can cause really serious health impacts. And the vast majority of nitrate comes from fertilizer and manure, as we know. And then this is our outline for our panel today. We're going to start by hearing from community partners, and we'll share more about the board's commitments to human right to water and to racial equity. We'll talk some about community outreach and engagement, long-term drinking water solutions, compliance with nitrate discharge limitations, basin restoration, and then end with proposed next steps to uphold and ensure the human right to water. So first, I'd like to introduce Angie Moreno. If the Visalia office, either Daisy or Erica, are on the Zoom platform. She's a community resident from Orosi and Cutler and is located within the Kings Management Zone. I'm sorry? Daisy or Erica should be on the Zoom.
Can you hear us? Are we good to go?
We do hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Angie Moreno, and I live in the Cutler, Orosi, and East Orosi area, Yedem, and I was from Seville. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of these towns, but that's where I'm from. So I'm kind of here with East Orosi, Cutler, Yedem, and Seville. I have a domestic well, and I am currently right now using, I'm using, from my well, I was getting bottled water, but now they put me on a filter, which I have at home underneath my sink, which I use for cooking and drinking water from there. And I've gotten this from South Health. The nitrates, I had nitrates in my well, and I was at 10, that's the limit, and right now I'm at 17 with the nitrates. And with my other neighbors going with dry wells on top, some of them are with the nitrates, and they're also with bottled water. Right now, we're working on with the nitrates and trying to find a solution in how we can fix this. We need to hold all these people that have polluted our grounds accountable for this. This is not acceptable. The nitrates are getting worse by the day. The wells are collecting more nitrates. And we want to make sure that we hold these polluters accountable for what they're doing to our water. We need to stick with stricter regulations in providing this. I know that some of the farmers, they've had them on a regulation with their fertilizer. Maybe we need to put stricter limits in what we can do to get to the nitrates and try and do what we can do to get our ground clean water where it's at. We have families out there that are living with these nitrates in their water. We can't forget about them. They're living out there with dry wells. And let's not forget the people that have to deal with this everyday living with nitrates. They're talking about a time frame for 35 years to 20 years for a resolution to this. That's like silly. Who can wait this long? You know, maybe we need to get more resources. Look into this. Let's see what we can do to solve this. There has to be a solution. Let's look deeper into this, how we can help the residents. We deserve better than this. We deserve better water. as a how can I put this? We deserve better water. That's our human right. And right now, we have dirty water. That's all I can say. We have dirty water. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. I'd next like to introduce Mr. Michael Prado. He's joining us on Zoom today from his home in Sultana, and he is located in the Kings Management Zone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
All right, thank you. Hello, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Today, my name is Michael Prado, Senior, from a severely disadvantaged community of Sultana. I'm a member of the Agua Coalition and also serve on the Sultana Community Service District Board, a Safer Advisor member, group member, and several others. I have been on the board on our CSD for the past 28 years, 15 of which I've been president, and I'm still there as president. In my area, our number 2 well, our backup well, has a high level of nitrate, 11.2 mgl, and DVCP. And it's too high to operate and provide clean, safe drinking water to our customers and our children. We have also taken in a severely disadvantaged community of Munson, which has extremely high nitrate. They were on domestic wells in that area. The nitrate level there was 0.45 mgl. They now have a new well. We are in the process of consolidation to bring the community into our CSD. So we are doing is trying to make a consolidation happen in the process we're into right now. And I'm here today to tell you that our children of our future can't and will not accept another 3 to 4 decades of this contaminant. So you need to act as soon as possible. Lastly, I want to tell you, we are seeing nitrate and other contaminants from 40 years ago. 40 years ago are showing up in our water today. This isn't acceptable or okay. We need to hold polluters accountable now and get the levels reduced quickly so we can all have safe, clean drinking water, which is a human right. Thank you for your time. God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Leonardo Picasso. He's with us in the hearing room today, and he comes from the community of Delano. So I'll pass it off to him.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leonardo Picasso. Mi nombre es Leonardo Picasso y vengo de Deleno. Tengo la preocupación de que, por la razón de que la contaminación de agua es muy fuerte. 35 años es demasiado para empezar. Le pedimos que tengan consideración porque la salud de mi familia es muy importante para que las próximas generaciones tengan agua limpia y saludable. Gracias.
Hello, I come from Delano. My name is Leo Picasso, and I'm here because I'm worried about the contamination in the water. 35 years is way too much to wait. So we're asking you to be more considerate because the health of of our families is very important. So the next generations can have clean and healthy water. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Edie Sanchez, representing the community of Poplar, and also located in the Tule Management Zone.
Good afternoon. My name is Edie Sanchez, and I live in the community of Poplar, California. I have a domestic well, and I am concerned about the quality of the contamination of the water. I'm afraid to use a well, so I end up buying water bottle. And also, me living in a ranch, I have fear that my family comes over. I don't even want them swimming because if all of the grandkids want to go swimming and play around the area, they can't come over. I won't let them come over to protect them. So I have to go visit them if I want to see them. You know, it just, I fear for them. Also, I asked that we need to have safe drinking water as soon as possible. Of the utmost importance for you, the board, to please take the steps sooner rather than later. This is a serious issue. I mean, I see chemicals out there, helicopters spraying. Where there's times I've been outside and it burns your face, you know, and you know, it's just scary to know that we can also, you know, have cancer with all these chemicals, intestinal, you know, stomach issues. So please, board, if you could take steps to move forward to find solutions. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for sharing, Edie. Next, I'd like to introduce Martha Curiel, located in the community of Woodville and also the Tule Management Zone.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta y yo vengo de la comunidad de Westville y también yo vengo a abogar por las comunidades más pequeñas que tenemos y pues hay muchos niños enfermos y yo no entiendo por qué 35 años, por qué pueden dormir así la persona que inventó de 35 años, puede dormir sabiendo que está envenenando a tanta gente, a tantos niños. Ocupamos menos tiempo porque pues con tanto veneno yo creo que no vamos a durar ni 5 años, menos los nietos. Nos están matando poco a poco y pues ocupamos menos tiempo porque el nivel normal serían 10 y ahí en mi comunidad tenemos 11.62. Es muy alto y pues no podemos estar con... No se puede uno bañar, no se puede uno cepillar los dientes porque el agua sale en realidad horrible. No puede uno cepillarse los dientes porque el agua está verde, está mala y a partir de ahí viene tantas enfermedades, el cáncer, la anemia, de todo viene ahí. y queremos, por favor, un tiempo más corto, que sea razonable el tiempo para poder vivir un poquito mejor, porque tenemos el derecho de tener agua limpia. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Martha. I am from Woodville. I'm here to advocate for the smaller communities because there's too many sick children. 35 years, that's such a long time. How can these people proposing this sleep comfortable at night knowing that so many of us are getting poisoned? We need a faster time frame because our grandchildren will not live a healthy life. They're going to be dying off. The normal level is 10. In my community, it's 11.62. So you can't even shower, you can't brush your teeth. It's horrible. The water is green, the water is bad. It's causing a lot of illnesses like cancer, anemia. So I'm please asking you for a more reasonable time frame because healthy water is our right. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. I'd like to introduce to Dewey Montes. He comes from the community of Visalia and is located within the Cahuilla Management Zone.
I'm tired. I'm Tutui. Some of us been on the road since 3 o'clock yesterday. Took a trip to Sacramento. Somewhat the same issues. Here we are now in front of you. And we're tired. I'm sure you're all tired. I sat for 2 hours listening to the other gals and a lot of numbers, statistics, good stuff. Productive, if you want to say. I don't know. My brother's dying of cancer. Three weeks ago, my cousin died of cancer. Lived out by Elderwood in Woodlake. Had a well there. Farm worker. My cousin's fighting cancer. Like some of these ladies already said, we don't have time. Some of them, they don't have time. Countless. I'm just one voice. There's hundreds of others examples. And somebody might say, hey, scientifically it's not. They'll give numbers. I live in Visalia right now, but I also lived in East Porterville and South Porterville and Strathmore. Period of time that I'm a single father raising a young baby girl. She told me when she was 20, she was afraid of having a baby because she didn't know how the baby might come out. Afraid to give me a grandchild or a granddaughter. This is my last child. Some of this is statistics and analysis and we're human beings. The spirit of what's gone on, not just with regulations, but with bureaucracy and government. Kick it down the road. Kick it down the road. I remember playing kicking the can when I was a kid. When I say, how much more do we have to put up with? To say thank you for the work that you've been doing, all those hours, the gal had a stack of Paglo. Lot of time. Should I say thank you? Honestly, I can't. I can't say thank you. I can't go and tell my brother, here, bro, you know, here's a stack of studies. Not an answer for him. I can go on and on and on. You've heard all the stories. You've been around. Arthur, sounds like you're a new member. I don't know who's the oldest member here, but I'm sure Arthur comes from some background. I heard somebody mention something. Some of you all have careers, professions, children, grandchildren. And you want to be honest, men and women. Somebody that they can look at. Say, my grandpa has integrity. My dad has integrity because he fights for what's right. What's right. And that's all we're asking. Yeah, you got to submit this and you got to submit that. But there's some things you as this board can do now, not have to wait. Just have that urgency. And you have the power to do some things now. That's all we're asking. And I'm not saying you're not doing your job. Most of you are doing the best you can. I'm going to say do better. Do better. We need you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you to Tui for those really powerful words. Next, I'd like to introduce Sandra Garcia from the community of Poplar. She's also located within the Tule Management Zone.
Hola, mi nombre es Sandra García y yo vengo de la comunidad de Poplar. Y nosotros ya hemos vivido demasiados años tomando agua contaminada. La contaminación sube y baja. Los niveles de agua dice que es legal 6.8, pero no quiere decir que a largo plazo estamos tomando agua contaminada. Así que estamos enfermando por los niveles de agua. Necesitamos un plan para bajar los niveles de nitratos. 35 años es demasiado porque yo ya tengo 40 años peleando y luchando por esta agua contaminada con nitratos, con diferentes contaminantes. Y este es un plan, necesitamos que se empiece ya porque la salud de mis comunidades y mi familia es muy importante. Mi madre murió porque a los 47 años, cuando le hicieron la autopsia, salió que tenía muchos contaminantes, nitratos, pesticidas, y no era necesario que mueran personas por no tener cuidado o por no querer poner atención. Entonces, este es urgente, es como una emergencia, un desastre que necesitamos verlo ya. Y en el plan, hay que trabajar ya en el plan por nuestros hijos que no sigan enfermando. Pagamos un alto costo al comprar agua de botellitas, comprar agua para cocinar y nuestro bill de agua. Ahorita la economía está muy mala. Entonces, ¿qué necesitarían que les trajéramos? ¿Qué les podemos enseñar para que ustedes vean que es un desastre que necesita ya implementarse? Y gracias por oírme.
Hello, Hello, my name is Sandra Garcia from Cutler. I've lived too many years already drinking contaminated water. The levels are always decreasing and increasing. The legal level is 6.8, but that doesn't mean that in the long run, we're still drinking contaminated water. We need a plan to be effective now so those levels can decrease. It's been 35 years of nitrates and other contaminants. We need this plan so the health of our neighbors, of the people in the community and my family, so they can be healthier. It's very important. This is urgent. There needs to be a plan we can work on because our children will keep getting sick. And also, my mother, she passed away when she was 47 years old. And when they did the autopsy, they found that she had a lot of nitrates and pesticides, a lot of contaminants. So people have no need to die just because something isn't being done. This should be considered a disaster, something that needs to be worked on immediately. The cost of water bottles and buying water to cook with, it's very, very expensive. So thank you for listening to me. And, what do we need to show you so you can believe us that this is a disaster? Thanks again.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Maria del Rosario Barajas. She lives in Fresno and is located in the Kings Management Zone.
Hola, mi nombre es María Barajas. Yo vivo aquí en Fresno, pero yo represento todas las comunidades rurales, que son las más afectadas porque son las que están más cercas a las huertas de frutos de olivo y de todo. Yo trabajé más de 20 años en el trabajo del campo. Y es un trabajo hermoso, pero el uso de los pesticidas y ahora el agua contaminada. Cuando yo empecé a trabajar, no hablábamos de agua contaminada, tomábamos agua en el pozo, tomábamos agua. Pero este tiempo ya no se puede. Muchas personas cuando yo trabajaba en el campo, cuando visito mis comunidades rurales, me preguntan, ¿cómo puedo bañar mi niño recién nacido en un agua contaminada? Es terrible que una mamá se tenga que preguntar eso para bañar a un recién nacido. Ahora esperamos soluciones, pero dan 35 años para haber soluciones. Se me hace muy triste. Es muy triste que esas madres y esos niños sigan sufriendo enfermedades, cánceres, tantas cosas por causa de los nitratos. Ustedes tienen la oportunidad de combatir eso, de arreglar ese problema de salud. Yo les rogaría que lo hicieran, porque nuestras comunidades están sufriendo mucho por esa razón. Muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Maria Barajas. I live here in Fresno, but I'm representing all the rural communities. The rural communities are the ones that have been affected the most, considering they're the closest to the agriculture fields. I worked in the fields for 20 years, and back then we could drink the water out of the well without any contaminants. That's not the case now. When I run into some people in the fields or in rural communities, they ask me, how can I bathe my newborn with this water that's so contaminated? We're waiting for solutions, and we want a solution. 35 years is way too much, and it's very sad. Our children, our mothers keep getting sick with cancer because of the nitrates. So since you have the power to do so, I am asking you to do something. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Maria. And last, I'd like to introduce Raquel Sanchez. She lives in Tulare and is located within the Cahuilla Management Zone.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Raquel y vivo en el condado de Tulares. Para mí es muy importante que haya una solución urgente. Yo, en lo personal, tengo cáncer. Esa enfermedad me la diagnosticaron y el doctor le pregunté, ¿por qué? ¿Será porque soy trabajadora del campo y he consumido agua contaminada? Dijo, no tenemos una explicación justa, pero en la actualidad muchos niños están saliendo con diferentes enfermedades. No es para nosotros esa solución. Ahorita, como están diciendo, en 35 años, ¿cuántas vidas más se van a perder? No nomás nosotros, sino nuestras nuevas generaciones serán más contaminadas. Ahora, el recurso natural del agua debe de ser justa y a bajo costo y sin contaminantes, más porque en el valle hay mucha gente de bajos ingresos. Me urge y me gustaría que encontraran la forma de que sea lo más pronto posible en lugar de 35 años. Gracias.
My name is Raquel Sanchez. I live in Tulare. Good afternoon. I reside in Tulare County, and I was diagnosed with cancer. I asked the doctor why. Why was I diagnosed with cancer? Was it because I worked in the fields and I consumed contaminated water? The doctor didn't have a fair answer, but so many children are getting sick. They're being born with a lot of illnesses. 35 years, that's a long time. How many more lives have to be lost, or how many people have to die, especially the future generations, if we allow so much time to go by? The basic human right, which is a water right, needs to be available and at low cost. So we need to find a solution as soon as possible, because 35 years is just way too much.
I would like to express my gratitude to the community partners who took the time out of their day to share their experiences with drinking water and nitrate contamination with us. We really need these plans to accomplish their intended goals. These plans are really meant to protect them and their families and our communities, and it's nothing to be taken lightly. Excuse me. Next, I'd like to share some more about the board's commitment to racial equity. As the management zone implementation plans, or MZIPs, are critical for upholding the human right to water, especially in disadvantaged communities who currently do not have access to safe and clean drinking water. The regional board has recognized that race is a main determinant to access to safe drinking water. Specifically, communities of color in the Central Valley endure disparate impacts because of nitrate contamination. Because of this, both the state and regional board and the racial equity resolutions have committed their work to prioritize safe drinking water in communities of color. The regional board bears the responsibility to prevent further harm to these impacted communities. We urge the regional board to prioritize these commitments to protect historically underserved communities, and the board should do this by requiring a plan is created for community collaboration. Waste discharge permits include detailed actions and timelines for drinking water solutions, and the plan is created for funding long-term drinking water solutions if public funding isn't available. Next, I'll share some about outreach engagement during the development of the management zone implementation plans. Management zones neglected to include communities when developing the MZIPs, even though it's required in the State Water Board resolution and also identified in the Basin Plan Amendment, where management zones must document collaboration with communities who will benefit from activities to provide safe drinking water. This is found on page 49, section 4 of the Basin Plan Amendment. We've received a response saying that EAP implementation constitutes community collaboration. And however, community collaboration isn't just providing bottled water and flagging for communities that long-term drinking water solutions will be on the way in the future. This community collaboration should look like gathering community feedback and considering it into the development of the management zone implementation plans. However, that's not what happened as these plans were developed. It's inappropriate to only elicit community feedback after the MZIPs have already been developed and deemed complete by the Regional Water Board staff. It's in bad faith that management zones have stated that they've collaborated with communities. Because of this, as the management zone implementation plans are being updated, management zones must prioritize collaboration with communities for all aspects of the plans, including basin restoration and nitrate reduction. These plans and the order that implements them will decide how quickly nitrate pollution stops, and communities need to have a say in that. To fulfill this request, outreach plans must be updated and must be implemented immediately, please. And I wanted to share some more about long-term drinking water solutions as well. In our comments, we've noted that implementing long-term solutions take extended amounts of time, and management zone actions should be identified in order to delay the implementation of these projects. Some additional concerns that we've raised in our comment letter also include the need for updated timelines and actions for projects, ongoing and adequate monitoring to detect if boundaries of identified focus areas need to be reconfigured over time, especially if contamination continues as long as the management zone implementation plans plan for. The proposed use of POU and POE and drinking water kiosks as long-term solutions, as they're typically considered interim solutions, and management zones' reliance on public funding to implement these long-term solutions. And overall, we appreciate that the Regional Water Board agrees that the MZIPs are lacking detail about the implementation of these long-term drinking water solutions. However, did want to raise certain aspects that could still use further detail, such as metrics needed for how infeasibility for consolidation and other long-term solutions will be determined, but appreciate the board's largely agreement with our concerns that we've raised. Lastly and critically, management zones should be prepared to fund long-term drinking water solutions. The board did say that the basin plan doesn't stipulate where funding need to come from for full implementation. However, management zones provide little funding about how long-term solutions will be funded in the absence of state funding. Even though public funding for drinking water solutions isn't promised. For example, SAFER, one of the main public sources for drinking water solutions for impacted communities, is scheduled to sunset in 2029, and so may not be available throughout the implementation period of the MZIPs. Furthermore, SAFER funds are already oversubscribed and should prioritize drinking water solutions where there isn't a responsible party. MZIPs also do not include cost estimates, and relying on public funding makes it that much more risky makes it that much more risky without cost estimates, and impossible to analyze the impact to the public. I'd like to finish on how there must be a plan for how drinking water solutions will be funded, and operations and maintenance will be supported without relying on public funds, and if appropriate, cost share agreements for drinking water solutions unrelated to nitrate contamination should also be identified. The board should determine if MZIP's identified funding plan for drinking water solutions is feasible as well. Thank you for your time. I'd like to pass it over to my colleague, Michael Claiborne.
Good afternoon to the board and the chair. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm a directing attorney at Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'm happy to be here to talk about a subject that's really important to both myself and the communities we work alongside, like to thank Kaya and the community members for sharing their perspective on both the need for short and long-term drinking water solutions and the need to better regulate discharge of nitrate to protect sources of drinking water. The points that Kaya made around short and long-term solutions and the need for them to be effective is absolutely critical, because it's going to take years, decades, sometimes even longer than that, to end discharge or end pollution, nitrate pollution, and then restore impacted sources of drinking water. So we need that interim kind of drinking water solution step. It's a really important part of the program. At the same time, no mitigation program like this is ever going to be 100% effective. You're not going to reach 100% of impacted households. It's just not possible. More can be done to do better. But on the household side, this is a voluntary program. People can decide whether or not to take a part of it. And so far, implementation of the drinking water, replacement water portions of this program have only reached a fraction of impacted households. And it's not a unique problem for this program. There was a recent study, 2016 study in New Jersey, looking at a free well testing program. It was well publicized. The program would drop off a vial at your doorstep. You'd fill it up, and then they'd come and pick it up. They got up to 47% of impacted households using this program. I think we can probably get up to about 47%, about half of impacted households, with some changes in outreach and more consistency and just more time to implement. But I don't think we're going to get above that, which is why compliance is so important. And that's what I'm going to talk about. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the law. Anti-degradation policy, the non-point source policy, both require action to happen on this issue in a period that's as short as practicable. They also require interim milestones. So we see three primary problems with the MZIPs as they're drafted today. One is the township level groundwater protection targets and use of those targets as a compliance metric. Two is the 35-year time schedule that you heard a lot about in residents' comments. And then three is that there are certain assumptions in the MZIPs that we don't find to be protective of groundwater quality. The first issue, averaging across townships. The MZIPs propose township level groundwater protection targets as a metric for compliance for irrigated lands. And the way we're reading it is as the final metric. That's the proposal as we read it. Note that townships are 36 square miles. They're 6 by 6. That's 23,000 acres. And our concern is that within those 23,000 acres are complying, we may have hotspots. It's a really challenging issue, and we look forward to working with folks to try to address that issue. This is a lot of text on this slide. You're not going to be able to read it, but I think the most important points are in the first sentence of the second paragraph, groundwater protection targets represent one of many valuable sources of information which the Central Valley Water Board may utilize to assess regulatory program progress. We don't disagree with that, and we find this response largely appropriate. If the groundwater protection targets are just one metric among many to assess compliance, we can try to address this hotspot issue. So we appreciate the board's response, and also the response that there will be a process to try to identify those metrics, and we look forward to kicking off that process and to being involved. To the 35-year time schedule, we saw little justification in the MZIPs for that 35-year time schedule. As the regional board staff correctly note in their response, this is an unprecedented time period for compliance. It's very, very long, and we would have expected more in terms of justification from the management zones for why it can't be done faster. So we'll be asking the regional board to direct the management zones to work with staff and us to kind of submit more information about why this is as short as practicable. And just to highlight, for irrigated lands, one thing we're looking about for the interim milestones, which we think are most critical at this juncture, given the length of the timelines we're talking about. Early progress is probably the most important thing. If you look at nitrate reduction goals for irrigated lands, the proposal is at 10 years from now, 75% of irrigated lands members, dischargers will be meeting applied divided by removed ratios. So these are kind of industry standards for the amount of nitrate that should be applied to a crop that are being developed or have been developed. We think year 10, 75% just isn't fast enough. This doesn't require new technology. This is just about members implementing things they can do today. So we think that needs to be faster. And third issue, we did note a couple of different points in the MZIPs where we thought assumptions were not as protective as they could be. The 40% volatilization rate of dairy manure and the 20% dairy export rate. There are probably other assumptions that need a closer look as well. And we want to make sure that when we take assumptions, we act on those. Those are as protective of groundwater quality as we can be. So we shouldn't be at the top of a range. We should be at the bottom of it. The response to comments, again, we found to be reasonable, which is that we need to continuously analyze these assumptions and we'll propose a process kicking off within the next 12 months to try to kind of further evaluate any assumptions in the management zone implementation plans. We don't want to wait till year 5 to kick off that work. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer Clary. I will just note that in my view, I feel like we're close to a framework on compliance. It's just we're not quite there yet. So I think that's momentous that we're this close. But at the same time, kind of delayed progress, not enough progress, disproportionately impacts low-income communities of color and residents that may not even know that they're drinking poisonous water. So we can do better. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Jennifer Clary, California Director, Clean Water Action. I want to apologize for our PowerPoint. There's this thing about CV salts that just creates this poor PowerPoint etiquette. I was at this Groundwater Resources Association conference a few years ago. I think you were there too, Tess, where they had this lunchtime presentation about proper PowerPoint etiquette. And they said, don't put words on your PowerPoint slide because then people aren't going to listen to what you say. So I have to apologize for it. But despite that, we just can't help ourselves, either side. So anyway, our concern is the reason why we got involved in CV salts is one, we wanted to hold polluters accountable for the nitrate contamination in communities, but we also wanted to stop nitrate contamination and try to control that source pollution. And I know that's a hard thing to do, but it's really one of the core pieces of why we're engaged in CV salts. And so the MZIP was really disappointing. And I just have to differ with my colleague or I don't know if you're a colleague or what, Tess, but saying we're going to talk to GSAs and we're going to talk about recharge is not a plan. A plan is something like, we think over the next 10 years, this is what we're going to be able to do. This is the data we're going to need to collect to create a program. These are the things we're going to investigate. And this is the implementation of the compliance plan that's going to help us understand the direction of mitigation so that we'll understand kind of what it means. Because when we're looking at restoration, we really think of that as an extension of the actions you're taking towards compliance. So reducing the inputs, reducing the nitrogen you apply, doing pump and fertilize, doing targeted recharge, that's all part of compliance. And it's also part of restoration. So when you don't have an actual plan for restoration, it kind of makes me wonder if you have an actual plan for compliance. So the board response says we're going to work with the management zones to make sure those plans are developed. Remember, the plan is to create a program. So it's like a two-step process. We're going to create a plan for a restoration program. So what I'm looking at here is that in the next 5 years, we're going to develop a plan for a restoration program. But then I heard from Tess that it's actually going to be 10 years. And I don't really understand why it takes that long. And I thought I was going to see a plan when the management zone implementation plans were submitted last fall. So if it's going to happen in 5 years,
I see that as a 7-year delay. And if it happens in 10 years, I see that as a 12-year delay. And just so you know, I've been working on this for quite some time, and delay is a very common occurrence here. Every step of this program has been delayed. I know this is a groundbreaking program and that there's a lot of moving parts, but frankly, every deadline for the last 20 years has been delayed. And eventually I'd like to see a deadline that leads to cleaner water and cleaner aquifers moving forward. So I just think that, yeah, I think I can be fairly short here. What we're looking at is, I think what I should say, next steps, that's what next on my list. So as we were talking about this, we were thinking about what needs to happen. We are where we are. What needs to happen to inform implementation, to inform these permits? And so we came up with a list. I'm sure that the board has come up with a list of steps they need to follow in a timeline. And I think that we're happy to understand that. So what we're thinking about is what needs to happen right away. In other words, what were the shortcomings of those plans that we feel can be fixed fairly quickly? Sorry. And so one, community capacity building. It was required in the 2018 State Board order. It was required in the early action plans. It was required for the management zone implementation plans, and they're delivering water to more than 1,000 people. So why aren't we taking the basic step of creating communications with those 1,000 people? Why didn't we talk to them when we were creating the management zone implementation plan and say, this is what we're working on. We're trying to make your water cleaner. It's going to take time. And these are the steps we're taking. Hasn't happened. Require a plan for funding drinking water solutions. I don't think it's that difficult to say this is, I understand drinking water solutions are really complex, but let's start out with understanding what the scope of the problem is in your management zone. It's undoubtedly going to be wrong, but you need to start somewhere and have that idea, which is, this is the money we're going to have to find. Are we going to all go to the federal government and ask for it? How much of it are we going to be able to fund? But you need to know, you need to have a concept of how much money you're going to need. Then require the management zone to provide additional justification for that 35-year time frame. And especially, I just have to say, every time I see A over R, I go cattywampus, because really an A over R number, you're talking about an A over R number is just a ratio. So ratio, if you're meeting a ratio for grapes and you're meeting a ratio for corn, those are two very different things. And so I think we need to start, when we're talking about compliance, I think that's an area that we're really concerned about. So, and then I know CRLA had a great letter where they talked about data errors. And I think there are a lot of those things that the board has agreed to address, and we look forward to seeing that done in the short term. Then we think there are things you can start fairly quickly, but need to do a lot of work on. So start an evaluation process to really understand whether those key assumptions in these plans are valid, or if not, what kind of ground truthing needs to happen. And also, let's do a plan for developing a aquifer restoration program. Let's not wait 10 years. Let's at least start that planning effort now and include schedules and timelines in those permits when they come in. And then within a year, we're assuming it'll probably take a while. So how do you create metrics for compliance? How do you include the community in that? How do you publish, what does an updated monitoring program to fill identified gaps look like? We feel that would take longer. But really what I'd really like is to really start moving that timeline along and not once more have a delay. Because, I'm really not as young as I used to be, really not as young as I used to be. And I will be dead by the time this is implemented. I'm clear about that, but I'd like to get some progress before that happens. Thank you very much. And Kaya and the community have to leave. So I understand you want to take questions at the end, but just want to say, if you have any questions for Kaya or or community members, now would be a good time. Thank you.
Well, first, I'd just like to thank everybody for coming here today, and especially the community members that are giving up probably all of your day or a big chunk of it, and providing really emotional connection to this issue that we don't usually get by reading our script or our reports or whatever. There's a lot of background paperwork, as you guys know, and Tatui alluded to, but it doesn't provide the human element that you guys just did provide. So I really want to thank you guys for that, and Kaya for organizing and summarizing so well. Is really powerful. I guess my takeaways from this, 35 years is too long, obviously. And I think, Patrick has alluded to this before. It was an arbitrary number that came out of kind of nowhere. And it should certainly be reevaluated based on capabilities of the system. There is a system, there is a bureaucracy, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of overlapping regulatory programs on this. I've been very encouraged by how much progress has been made, but granted, it's not fast enough for you guys, and I understand that. So with that, I think, your points about funding, long-term funding for drinking water solutions, long-term drinking water solutions is appropriate and really important that we understand where's the money going to come from when a program like SAFER is going to sunset in 4 or 5 years. Where's the money going to come from? So again, you're giving us a lot to think about, giving me a lot to think about, and I'll pass it along to other board members for comments.
Thanks, Chair Bradford. I just kind of want to uplift the people that took the time to come out here, and I want to call you out by name because I think it is important to do so. Ms. Moreno, Mr. Prado, Mr. Picasso, Ms. Sanchez, Ms. Curiel, Mr. Montez, Ms. Garcia, Ms. Barajas, and Ms. Sanchez. Thank you for taking the time to come out here and testify and share your story with us. On the one hand, there's nothing that we can say that Ms. Sanchez will take your cancer away, or Mr. Montez, bring your brother back. Unfortunately, these things are beyond what this board can do. Unfortunately, I don't have a magic wand and I can't make that magically better. But what I do take is your concern seriously, and we have to think about what things we can do right now to make a difference. And certainly providing a source of clean and safe drinking water is a top priority, and ensure that the funding is there, and also that the word gets out to everyone that it needs to get out. Understanding what Mr. Claiborne says, I don't know what we do otherwise. I mean, if we stopped all agricultural practices in the valley today, there would still be nitrates in the drinking water. That is an unfortunate reality. This did not happen overnight. Since the advent of modern agriculture, there were excesses in agricultural practices decades and decades and decades ago that we're now suffering the consequence, that your communities are suffering the consequences of. And we're trying to wrap our heads around what exactly we do. 35 years is a long time. I don't know what the right number is. Would I like to see it tomorrow? Yes. But how do we achieve that while still providing food for 40 million people in California and our nation? We have to balance things that are unfortunate, but that's the reality of our modern world. So with that said, certainly any input you have about how we do better in requiring that safe and clean and no cost drinking water get provided to these disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities, I mean, certainly all ears on that. So thank you again, and thank you, Kaya, for coming out and your testimony. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I'm very appreciative of this session today and all of the presentations that have been given. But I will say that my role here on this board is to represent the disadvantaged communities. The community I come from, you heard me say earlier, arsenic's in the water. And we've had several people over the years prior to my moving into the area and until today that have died from cancer as a result of arsenic in the water. So to hear all of you speak and passionately about the issues that you're facing, I represent all of you. I've spoken about these issues at every meeting I've had with Tess in the room and many of the other people saying, how would you like to have this water in your neighborhood? If we were dealing with a community like Beverly Hills or Malibu or Woodland Hills, I could assure you the water situation would be addressed a lot more quickly than it is where you're facing these problems. And I'm speaking, I have to take my hat off as a board member because at some instances, I may cross the line, but I'm sharing with you, I understand your concerns, the timing. I've expressed the concern of 35 years. And, you know, there was a time it was extended farther than that. You know, there should be ways. It's taken a long time, as Nick said in his test, and everybody knows, for this contamination to be embedded in our water. But there was a lot of profit being made all of that time. And now it's time to clean it up. And so concerted effort really does need to be made to ensure that we're addressing the problems. I don't want to hear any more discussions about people having cancer or their family members dying or not wanting to have children because they're concerned about the health. This is a public health issue, and all hands on deck should be here to address it and not play around with, it's going to take some time, it's going to be a little bit too much money. We need to move forward to address it. And I do agree with the fact that public funding is going to run out. So there should be other options that we explore to when this process, as this process is going forward. We don't want to see it stop. We want to see it corrected. So I thank all of you for coming out and expressing your concerns. And we hear what you're saying. And wherever there can be some adjustments made to make sure that we are properly doing our part to address water quality, which is our charge, and that's what our staff and the board members, all of us take issue with, and wanting to make sure it's protected, and the human right to water is for everyone. So with that in mind, I hope that, as we move forward with this, that we put those things first and foremost in our minds, and the decisions that we make will reflect the human right to water for everyone. So thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Sure. Wide echo, I think it's eloquently stated by my colleagues, thanking you all for coming and your comments. Having spent my entire life, except 3 years at the University of Cincinnati in small rural America and living in towns, I appreciate the challenges, the funding challenges, the fact that you aren't Beverly Hills. I've never lived in a city with that kind of resources either. And that makes this even more challenging. That said, I've got 3 comments, I guess, for staff to look at. One, I find 35 years way too long. And I think I echo my other colleagues' concerns so far. Second, I think the 10 years, just being new to this, I'm not sure whether the 10 years to develop the plan that Tess proposed is adequate or not, or to make it shorter, but I think it needs to be a program of implementation in 10 years at the least, not just a plan to implement, but you need an implementation plan, which I would agree with the commenters on that. And I think third, concurrently, we need to look at the funding because it's going to take an extremely complex matrix of funding to solve these problems. Federal, state, local fees, it's going to take the whole plethora. So I think that needs to be looked at as the program of implementation is developed and these plans are developed. We need to start now looking at how much money is it going to cost. So we can start now thinking it's 4 or 5 years out to get money from Congress. It doesn't happen in a few days. And lastly, I don't know if my colleagues agree, but I think we should ask the state water board to expedite the dairy order ASAP. I mean, it's been 10 years. I think Tess even commented on that. I think it needs to be done. That's a huge piece of this nitrate issue, as we all know, and that order would help expedite, I think, a final solution. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to, Board Member Lee Reeder here. I just wanted to thank everyone who made the journey to come share about their personal experiences with us. and I share the same concerns my colleague has just shared. And I just want you to know that we see you, we hear you, and we have a lot of work to do.
Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking the translator who done a fabulous job on translating these very emotional, painful life experience, rather your experience or your loved ones. As a human being, the most important thing is your life, and aside from that is what you consume. And water is definitely one of the most important things that we use daily to stay alive. And I could relate in the way that, I came to this country late, language being my fourth language. It takes a lot to come out and speak on your concern and your issues. And for many of you who come forward today to express your pain, your experience, your demand of providing better care service, of what you need in your community, in your household, and that's clean water. That's very important because every life, your life, my life, every life in this world is equally important. It doesn't matter if you live in a very expensive county like Beverly Hills, as my colleague alluded to, or Tulare, or here in Sanger, or anywhere in America and the world. Every single life is equally important. And I think this is a disaster. This is a emergency that need to take action right away because it deal with lives being lost, and lives are being impacted by terrible disease like cancer and so forth. And yeah, stories like what we heard, that your kids don't want to have grandkids, or don't want to have kids, or for you to have grandkids. That's terrible story. That's terrible things to say as a human being. And because of water being contaminated. And I think that is just very sad to hear. So as a board member of this quality water board, I don't know our stretch of options, but I mean, I will definitely work with my colleagues and do what we can to provide some immediate solution, because I think it is an emergency. And I thank you all for being here, expressing your pain, your concern, and your demand for us to do better. As a gentleman sit right there said, that we probably have done our best, but you guys need us to do better. So I think you are right. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Patrick, do you have any final comments on this one?
No, I've taken quite a lot of notes. I will say, it was relatively controversial at the State Water Board when the State Board affixed, shortened the originally proposed and adopted 50-year compliance schedule down to 35 years. And then that was then ratified by this regional board and then ratified by the State Board. So within that kind of 35-year time frame, I think we have the ability to continue discussions and really understand, and what the notes I've taken today, and we'll certainly hear from the management zones in a little bit about their outreach efforts and what they're going to be doing in the future. And I do think community capacity building will continue to be a part of that, and probably even more so as we look to make permit terms out of the management zone implementation plans. But I'll go back with my team as we scour the management zone implementation plans and try and make sure that we don't set a default of 35 years and instead look at the capacity. If a shorter time frame can be adopted into those management zone plans, perhaps we allow for a more aggressive schedule and then allow it to increase to 35 years if the appropriate measures are being found. And ultimately, I think, Michael's comments were on point in that the state has committed a huge amount of funds, continues to commit a huge amount of funds to rectify nitrate compliance problems. I mean, if you look at, the list of communities that were mentioned here today, Poplar, Sultana, Valsalia, almost all of them have received state funding recently to deepen wells, to address DBCP compliance concerns, nitrate compliance concerns, 123 TCP compliance concerns. And I think ultimately it serves everybody's interest to restore the aquifers so that the state doesn't have to come in and rescue systems where the groundwater has already been contaminated. I do think, in terms of, as somebody who's been with this project for a long time now, I will say we have made incredible advances in the tone of the conversations. That the fact that we have members of the agricultural community here today partnering with us, saying, what can we do better, demonstrating what they have done well, providing replacement drinking water, is in itself very significant. And it is Community Water Center, Leadership Council, Clean Water Action. Jennifer, I know you've been here a while, but your advocacy has changed the nature of this program from how it was initially conceived. Initially, this was just a salt program. This was something to deal with the salinity issues in the Central Valley. That's still a huge, huge looming issue on the horizon, something that we are actively addressing. But nitrates only came into this program as a secondary concern. And I think, your advocacy has elevated it to a primary concern. And I do think the agricultural coalitions, the management zones, are rising to the challenge to meet that as well. So we'll continue to have those implementation discussions. We understand that the requirement in law and policy is to make whatever time frame as short as practicable. And again, that is the lens that we're going to be viewing all the management zone implementation plans from here on out. And frankly, even before today started, that was our mission, to try and make sure that all of the proposals are on a time frame as short as practicable. I will say huge challenges remain. I mean, I think that there are entire sectors that have not yet figured out how to resolve the nitrate compliance concerns. There's nothing you can bolt on to a field that treats the wastewater to a level that is compliant with the water quality objective while preserving the yields that are critical to supplying this country with the food that it uses to survive. So that is something that we will continue to explore. It's one of the reasons why that time frame was so long, is because the solutions haven't been developed yet. And so it's not, we often kind of hear in the air quality realm, well, we know what the solution is. It's already been developed. There's a technical solution. Here's what the cost is, and here's how we can make it happen. That isn't the case with a lot of these crops and a lot of these industries. And so we're still innovating. We're still asking the industry to come forward and try new solutions. And that's really why that time frame is as long as 35 years. It sounds, dauntingly long, but we haven't figured it out yet. There's no off-the-shelf solution for many industries. So again, I understand the frustration with that long time schedule. I do think it's reasonable in some circumstances, but we will look for opportunities to shorten it and to make sure that we are aggressive when we look at the compliance reviews that come in every 5 years, every 10 years under the exceptions policy, to make sure that those time frames are as short as practicable, and where we have figured out a solution that we can bolt it on even quicker. And I think, Michael, you did an excellent job at kind of highlighting those areas where perhaps we can do better. Perhaps we can accelerate timeframes. Again, none of this is easy. If it was easy, it would have been solved already. But again, I really want to thank all of the residents who have come out to talk about their water quality concerns. when we talk with the state policymakers, when we talk with our public information officers, when everybody comes back to the principle that water is personal. What you feed your children is deeply, deeply personal. What you bathe in, what you drink, the sustenance of life, agua, water is life. It is so critical to kind of our functioning as human beings in this world that we live in. And that point is hammered home by everybody who came forward and testified today. So I want to extend my gratitude and taken a lot of notes for what the board members said. And I've taken a lot of notes for what was said by Tess, by our staff, and especially by the residents who have come forward today. So thank you. Muchas gracias.
Again, thanks everybody for coming. And I think this is going to be an issue that keeps popping up on our agendas, and it should. There's obviously a subcommittee that's working hard on this and meeting regularly. And I think my takeaway from this whole thing is do better. I think that kind of sums it up. And there is opportunity to do that. The schedule in particular, it seems to me that, yeah, 35 years is ridiculously too long from your perspective. And I think in a lot of cases, we can accelerate some of these interim milestones like you mentioned, Michael. And, if we could get 80% of the problem solved in less than 35 years and maybe 5 or 10 years, it's a triage approach really. And there's just so many elements to it that we've got a lot of work ahead of us. So I can't emphasize enough how important it is that you all came, because if there is nobody here from the public to speak, this would just be another agenda item and we'd move on to the next one. So I'm glad we took all afternoon, most of the day to examine this issue and give us some incentive to move forward. So thanks, everybody. With that, I think there are other items. One more panel. Okay.
Should we take a little break?
Yeah.
To leave?
Right. We're going to take let's just make it a 10-minute break this time. I know some folks will have to leave, and then we'll conclude with the last panel. Thank you. I've been notified that we have a little change in the agenda where we want to have some of the members of the public comment first because they have to leave. So that's agenda item 6. And Mindy said we've got a few people that would like to speak.
The first person I have is Jack, who's representing himself.
My name is Jack Wilkinson. Did I do it? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Again, my name is Jack Wilkinson. I live at 1336 North Locan Avenue, which is generally Temperance and Olive. We have lived in that area for 42 years. First 13 years we lived on Harvey Street, right near there off of Temperance. And we were part of the THAN, Thompson Hayward Agricultural Nutritional, people are aware of that super fund? Might be interested to know about it. The property is still there. It's located generally again at Temperance and McKinley. And it's fenced off. They did wells and all kinds of stuff. Some of the people in our area, they attempted to hook up to city water. We didn't test high enough in DBCPs to have that option. So we bought the house that had a carbon filter. We were very fortunate after 13 years there to buy a lot and build a house just about half a mile west of there, the Locan address. It's a well. We've been very fortunate, 29 years, same pump, same thing. And we're also very blessed there because we're right off of Fancher Creek, not right on it, but right near it. We hit water at 30 feet and we're about 100 feet where the water is coming from. So we are blessed to be where we're at when it comes to water. We have never seen any problems. About 2 years ago, the Kings River Alliance contacted us about the free drinking water, and we've used it since. My wife was a little bit against it at first. Says, "Oh, we've been fine. We don't need it," but she's very happy to have it now, and so we use it regularly, and very thankful for that. Basically, that's been my experience with the water. Any questions?
No, and thanks for that input. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Peng Chang, a farmer representing himself.
I need interpreter, Michael. Nhớ rong tăng su.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Columbia ho Pang Chang.
My name is Peng Chang.
Cú ya itu resident nhớ to Fresno, nhớ to Sang, Southwest, nhớ to the Eastern.
I reside in Fresno on the southwest and near the city of Eastern.
Cú nhớ tí tamo Bê Châu Ocean.
I lived there for 32 years now.
Thọ cú nhớ cú pample hào ha pample cứ cho tọt tê ya table water ha ya chỉ cho fees.
In the beginning, when I lived in the property, the water table is around 53 feet.
Ta xin nó cái lu mô tô ipo nengo phi tu la.
At the moment, down to 120 feet deep now.
Ya lên đó bé sĩ lệ nó chỉ ya chỉ một lệ chỉ bên nhau chỉ tao,แต่是mà bé sĩ lệ tông bảo lên nó xong, cái tông cái bảo lên nó chỉ bao tại chợ lệ nó, bé sáng tại chợ lệ nó chỉ yên hú,แต่是mà bé chủ bao sĩ lệ thì chợ lệ nó chỉ dùng là bé chỉnh, sĩ chuẩn quan nan nó.
So I've been using that same water, you know, when the water is still shallow. Right now it's going down so deep, and don't know what the water quality down there. But you know, we thought that water was, you know, clean, was good, and continue to use it.
Bây giờ chỉ bảo là mua cho program nó ha chứ rong ya ha ta mua cho program nó bây bảo bây giờ thọ cái bang bây giờ bang ya ta ya chỉ mua cho program nó chứ shop bây giờ nó xí cho tê nó cho tê cứ chỉ dùng nó muốn đến một lấy chẳng bây cái mong cái nó yo muốn đâu một lấy chẳng toàn tiền gì.
So the water quality was not very good, but we still continue to use you know, and pump the water for household use. But then, you know, because the water contaminates so much, and you know, if we continue to use that water, there's going to be not healthy. But because with you have programs to help now, that we just find out that there's a program to help me right now. We don't know, or I don't know about the program. If I continue to use these water, it's not going to be good anymore.
Chị tăng lên đó là chị chúa bây giờ mình tụi mình ở lại nhà tận đây ha sáng có bố continue bán khẩu nông một tận đây ha cú chị nó hà cho cứ cho bao bây giờ tôi này cứ nhau lại của nó chuyện cho chung ha mà bố tôi chỉ tao bao lại của nó ha cú chuyện một hà cho bố ha có bố là họ bao ha cho con họ là họ bán.
Because I've received the help, there are lots of community that may not know about the programs to help them. I will continue to, you know, get the password out so my community know about this program that help. I have kids that want to, you know, live and continue their life, you know, so keep them healthy.
Ole ha pe sang ko tao I chặt lê ko hu ko pe no ho hu ko pe nho healthy le yang tande ha.
So I want my water to be clean, clean water. So keep everybody healthy in the future. I want to thank you for you being here. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Next, we have Kiana Herrera representing herself.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kiana Herrera. I live in Tivy Valley, past Sanger, near Avocado Lake. I've moved out there 3 years ago, and when we moved out there, we received a letter in the mail shortly after from the King's Water Alliance, inviting us to take part in their short-term water program. And when they tested our well, they found it was very high in nitrates. And previous to that point, I had said to my husband, why would we want to use drinking water? Water should be safe to drink. That's how I'd grown up. And he said, no, the water isn't safe. We live in an agricultural area. And I didn't believe him. But when King's Water Alliance gave us our test and they showed us how high our nitrates were, I was in shock. And they've been giving us bottled water ever since. And I really appreciate that, because with family, when you have 2 little kids, it's really hard to take bottles, go into town, drive 20, 30 minutes, fill up all those bottles. You can't do anything else while you're in town because your entire car is filled with water bottles, and then you have to drive back home. So King's Water Alliance has really helped our family to be able to have safe drinking water. And they've not just helped my family. My mother-in-law lives down the street from us. They've helped her. She's disabled. It's hard for her to take those waters. She has to find someone to help her carry those waters in to town and back. They bring water to her too. We just go down the street and roll them into her house for her. And I just want to say that I appreciate what's been done so far with the short-term water program, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have, it looks like Nick Jensen, if I'm saying that correct, from CRLA.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Nick Jensen. I'm a staff attorney from California Rural Legal Assistance out of Modesto. So we've done a lot of work. We've submitted some comments to the board on the MZIP process. And we've done a lot of work in the Modesto and Turlock subbasins, talking to a lot of folks out in the, the most critically high nitrate areas. And so I a lot of great points that have already been made by some of the other EJ organizations today. But I wanted to focus in on one of the main issues that was particularly troubling to us and startling that we noticed as we were doing some outreach related to the CVSOS program. And that is specifically what appears to be that the CVSOS program having truly a disparate impact on Latino dairy and farm workers, and really the benefits of this program are not reaching them. And we came to this conclusion both as a product of things that we know just working with as CRLA. We work with a lot of dairy and farm workers, Latino, low-income populations in rural areas of the county. And something that is commonly known, I guess, to us just in the work that we do is that, you have a lot of farm workers who are living on the same property where they work. And they have landlords who are also their employers. This creates a really specific power dynamic that is, to advocate for yourself in some cases can jeopardize everything. You have to risk everything. And requirements like the landlord permission requirement can significantly up the stakes and make it almost impossible for people to want to take advantage of this program. And what we noticed in the outreach that we were doing to some of these areas is that pretty much across the board, there was a lack of information about VWC's programs, which is startling because of all the good outreach VWC has done. But it seems like the information is not actually reaching this specific population of folks. it's not coming from their landlords or employers. They're not having information about their water quality shared. They just know that it's not safe to drink because they see it, whatever poor condition water is coming out of their tap. And many of them are having to go into town, drive long distances, and pay money for water that they should be able to benefit from getting for free under these programs. And so it seems like there's just a serious lack of this program reaching this specific population. And there's a couple reasons for that I wanted to bring up. So I really only have 20 seconds left. Yikes.
We
Thank
can
you, I
extend that
appreciate
time frame.
Thank you. Sorry. The couple reasons for that. Number one, within the MZIP, it attempts to address the issues of disadvantaged unincorporated communities through the use of IFAs, the initial focus areas. But unfortunately, these initial focus areas, they're well intentioned, but they don't actually capture populations who are existing within these particular census tracts, which have the highest nitrates, but are skewed due to the range of different income levels. If you're living on the property of someone who's a wealthier farmer, it's going to be changing the demographics of the census tract, and they're not areas that necessarily would be focused on as these initial focus areas. So the initial focus areas fail to capture this population. The landlord permission requirement is an obstacle on top of the existing power dynamic, not to mention language access barriers that play into whether the outreach is able to successfully reach people. So this combination of issues plays into just a seemingly complete lack of ability to benefit from these programs, which plays into one other issue that we noted, which is the lack, just really a shockingly poor amount of existing data in these specific areas, to the extent that it's hard to even draw scientifically or statistically significant conclusions about the water quality in those areas. And that's even with some of the good outreach that VWC has been doing, and we've really appreciated them listening to us throughout that process. And so it seems like there's something deeper going on that needs to be addressed with the way that this program functions, because people who need this access to this water aren't getting it. So we just wanted to make sure that was brought up today. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks. And I think it'd be worth it to follow up with a conversation. I think a couple things. One, where the landlord is a grower, their wells are being tested, but it's through a separate program. And so that's one of the dynamics that's complicated. We're working on merging those programs. So that's one component that's in play. And I think in terms of the requirement for landlord permission, certainly an outgrowth of state law that we'll try and get rectified. But I think it's worth it to kind of sit down and strategize about that. We've also heard kind of anecdotally that another barrier that wasn't mentioned, probably shouldn't mention more barriers, but it's one that's very, very much something that is in our field of view as well, is the State Water Board's requirement that if well testing is going to occur for multi-constituent testing, so stuff beyond nitrate, that it be posted to a state database is also a barrier. I think we're trying to strategize and figure out how that's being done. And to a certain extent, I think it's worthwhile to sit down and chat about that, to see if we can kind of build off of your expertise in that area and strategize with our folks about how we can overcome that. And I know Leadership Council, Community Water Center are also working on those issues as well. So more conversations, the better about that. And frankly, I think the growers in the management zones have expressed that they're doing their absolute best in those circumstances. But I think the big challenge is we don't know those folks that aren't coming forward, that we don't know about because they perceive that as a barrier, or it's an actual barrier between their landlord and themselves. So absolutely open to kind of continue to strategize about those issues.
Next, we have Leticia Lukin or Lukin.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Casillas Luquin. I'm with California Rural Legal Assistance. I just want to follow up with a little bit with the outreach methods. We recognize that the board and the MZIPs have stated that they will continue to make adjustments to their plans as time goes on. And while we do appreciate these efforts, there must be more impactful outreach. So looking at KWA, a lot of the outreach and the tabling was done in a lot of like affluent events like baseball games or ag expos and things like that. And more outreach into different types of communities needs to be made. The other thing is that although I know in Modesto there are more creative ways of doing outreach, like reaching out to like La Favorita in Modesto. There are other radio stations that could reach these populations that Nick talked about. You know, and Radio Bilingüe is like a well-known radio station, especially on Sundays, to get the word out to farm workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Rosa Depew here, but I wasn't clear if she wanted to speak now or on item number 5.
Hello. Let me get my talking points. It's not going to be much, but just so I make sure I remember anything. My name is Rosa Depew. I am also from Southwest Fresno, from the Easton area. I've been receiving water from Kings Water Alliance, probably going on 3 years. I'm in I attend a lot of community meetings. I put myself on the list and I was notified of the meeting regarding the nitrates. I attended. I was advised of the issues and how I could go about testing water to determine if we could have free water services. The gentleman, I put in an application immediately. A gentleman came out and tested the water. Of course, it came out with high nitrates. At that time, the Kings Water Alliance put in, program for us to receive free water. So we do get free water service from them. It's actually delivered. I've told other neighbors about the service, and it's, I'm really grateful that we receive free water. It's a valuable service. It's, we need water. And attending and listening the last couple of hours, I'm like a little bit more grateful because, I realize now, I think I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that we're able to receive that free water. I have tried to get others on board. Slowly, people are contacting Kings Water Alliance to have their wells tested. And again, I'm very grateful and thank you.
Well, thank you. And thanks for encouraging your neighbors to participate.
And Charles Delgado, did you want to speak now or, okay.
Now here in the correct order, finally. Good afternoon. So I'm Charles Delgado. I'm the Policy Director for Sustainable Conservation. We're one of the 4 comment letters that were referenced earlier. We're not on any of the panels, but we approach this, for those that don't know our organization, we have a lot of expertise in groundwater recharge, as well as soil health practices and nitrate management in a number of different areas in agriculture and dairies. I'm encouraged. First of all, I want to thank the board and the staff for their engagement in their response to our comments that were filed. I'm really also encouraged by just the spirit in this room. I think everyone here recognizes the urgency of moving forward as fast as possible. I also really appreciate the fact that there's been a lot of commitment to evaluation of this process as it's implemented and making changes in real time. That's sort of a common factor in a lot of these water programs that we're standing up. Flying the plane as we build it, which comes up a lot. So this gets into 2 points I want to raise, just to reiterate some of our registered comments already, but also to kind of respond to the conversation that's happened already. On the front of groundwater recharge, Tessa's presentation was really welcome in the sense that, you know, the monitoring infrastructure that's being talked about being developed for compliance in this program, that is very, very important, not just for successful implementation of CV salts, but also just for groundwater recharge as a whole. Without adequate knowledge of what the water quality impacts of recharge are, we can't truly realize the full benefits of these projects. Ideally, we get to a situation where we can target recharge projects to where we are actually improving water quality in communities and improving quality as well as quantity in those areas. So the further along we get, the more infrastructure we build up, the better we're going to see, you know, the results and the more investment in these projects that we're going to enable. So I really applaud those efforts that are being undertaken as part of the MZIPs, and we stand ready to help to assist in any way that we can on that. I also wanted to clarify one of our comments in my 48 seconds here. We had mentioned the milestones and kind of encouraging, you know, urgency and moving those forward. I wanted to clarify those. I'm not here to talk necessarily about the 35-year timeline. I think we're all in agreement on that to varying degrees at this point. But it's really, we would like to see an evaluation and assessment of the methods and practices and technology that are being used for nitrate compliance. We really want to see an acceleration. We would like to see an assessment of the current practices right now. We don't see any reason why that can't happen immediately. And that will really help us to understand just what's happening at the moment. There's a lot of practices that we don't have full understanding of efficacy and the results. And that will really help set us up for developing new promising technologies that will really help to get us there even faster. You know, we're all talking about moving this forward and seeing compliance before that 35 years. But the more of these technologies and practices that we develop, the better chance we're going to have of moving, you know, even faster than that. So appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, and thanks for waiting until. Thank you.
That's all we have for now.
I'd just like to thank everybody who just came up to the mic and provided comments. Like we said earlier, it always helps the board to see the public participating in these meetings and urging us to be a little more urgent in our actions. So thank you all.
I'd like to make a quick comment.
Sure.
I just want to quickly make a quick comment, appreciating the members of the public again who took the time off to speak positively about the availability of interim drinking water, and so that's important. I know it's when you have a complaint, you obviously have a huge motivation to come out and speak, and the fact that you had a positive experience and had good things to say about the program and that it's working, that says a lot. And certainly there are many others that weren't as compelled to come out today to speak positively. No doubt that they're out there. So thank you again for taking the time out of your day.
Chair Bradford, I'm just clarifying, are we taking all public comments now? Or are we going to do, because if so, then we should ask whether there's anyone on Zoom that has a public comment.
Yeah, I think we should probably get those out of the way so people can get on with their day, or if there are
Okay.
any on Zoom.
So let's ask if anyone wants to comment on Zoom, can they please raise their hands? Or do we have anyone registered for this item on Zoom still that was not part of a panel?
No hands are raised.
Great, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, well then let's move on to our last item, which is actually agenda item 5, which now comes after 6. We've changed the order of the universe. Okay. So we have, this is the management zone representatives, and we can start with Chowchilla, I believe.
Hi, I'm not Chowchilla.
That's all right. Go anyway.
I was asked to introduce the group and make a
Thank you.
couple of comments. My name's JP Cataviella. I'm with the CBDRMP, which is a nonprofit association of dairies and ranches in the Central Valley that helps those ranches as members comply with the Dairy General Order there's a monitoring requirement, so we help them with that. There's a requirement that if you're over the nitrate levels that we come up with better practices. So we're working on that and have made some recommendations to the water board. which will hopefully be considered by the state board when they issue the remand. We've met with the state board many times to discuss those recommendations. So we have a lot of ideas about how to improve our performance and want those written in the order. And then we also facilitate compliance of our members with both the salt control program and the nitrate control program. So we collect money from them, make sure money gets invested into these management zones so that they can do their programs. And that's part of the reason why I'm here, is because while I don't work for any management zone, I work in every management zone. I think I have the distinction of having gone to more management zone meetings than anyone alive. And as such, I can say a couple of things based on today's hearing and about the people you're about to hear from. First is, you can imagine, you've probably heard, things are tight in the economy. Cost of some of the inputs for dairies is higher than it's been in a long while, and milk prices are lower than they've been in a long while, so they're concerned. And I send them a bill, right? And they say, what is this bill for on top of everything else I'm paying? And one of the things that I'm happy to these days is that money is going to do something good. It is going to offer free testing and free water to people who need it, your neighbors, and to some degree, that is the reason that the water board is going to allow you a reasonable amount of time. I didn't say 35 years because I don't know how long it's going to take, but a reasonable amount of time to continue to practices to the level that they need to be groundwater. They're very happy to hear that. I'm a little surprised to hear that folks think maybe dairies don't want to participate in that program for the people that may live on their dairy, because I've had the opposite experience. It's like, hey, I'm paying for this. I might as well get the water that I'm paying for. I mean, it's just, but it's certainly a program that our guys are happy to support. And for once, here's a regulatory related payment they're making that they know is actually doing something good and improving the situation, not 35 years from now, right now. In this area, I asked for the figures on it, 2,225 square miles of the Central Valley, which is how much is in priority 1 management zones. No one needs to wait 35 years to get safe drinking water. They can get it today. You can call right now. You can get that free test and you can get that water. Now, we've heard some of the problems today about why people might not want to make that call, and we do need to address that. But that is already true. And even in some places, they can, if they're scared to make that call or they can't go, they can go to at least a free filling station and fill up their water bottle. I know that's not the preferred way, but there are options for folks right now. And then the last thing I'll say about 35 years is we don't intend to begin making improvements in 35 years. We want to start making improvements immediately, and then move down the line to get to where we need to be. Because we invest so much dairy funds in these management zones, I go to these meetings that I tell you about, and I get to watch the great people that you're about to hear from build these things from scratch and get the water and the testing out there and do as much as they can to get input from the communities. I'm very proud of the investment that we've made and what they've done with it to get the job done. They've all been asked to talk about some part of their program today to save us all the many hours. They're not all going to repeat the same stuff. You're going to hear from one management zone about one thing they do. Rest assured, even though the other management zones don't talk about that, they do that too. And then the next one will talk about something different that they do that the other management zones are doing. They don't do it all exactly the same way, but they're all doing outreach. They're all doing testing. They're all doing planning ahead and all of the activities you're going to hear. So with that, I just wanted to, as the other side of this equation, that is being served by management zones. There's the folks who need the water, the communities. There's also the folks I represent, the 1,200 family and ranchers that produce close to a fifth of the nation's milk supply. They need this program too, and they need it to work just the way the other folks need it. So we're very happy to be able to introduce these folks and tell them how they're making, tell you how they're making this program work. We'll start with Chowchilla, Christina Beckstead, and then Christina will introduce the next speaker and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, JP. Good afternoon, Chair Bradford, board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity today. Yes, we do have slides. Is it just the click? There we go. Thank you. Thanks, Tess, for the reminder. So my name is Christina Beckstead. I serve as one of the administrators alongside Sarah Wolf with WaterWise for the Chowchilla Management Zone. I also serve as the current executive director of the Madera County Farm Bureau. First up, I have a map of our area. The Chowchilla Management Zone is a very distinct area. We're very small, very rural. In the formation of our entity, if you will, our steering committee, the management zone, and the route that we decided to take, we kind of looked at all aspects of things. And we are small, but we are mighty. And I say that because we are because of the ruralness of our area, we are hydrologically, geographically, and demographically very different than the rest of the priority 1 areas. So we took that into consideration and recognized we only have one city and we have very limited public water systems. So based on that, we decided to form the group that we currently have, which is the Chowchilla Management Zone. And as Tess said earlier, we are governed by a steering committee versus having formed a nonprofit, although we are headed in that direction. From the onset, we have focused on 3 things: consistency, coordination, and collaboration. And we leveraged our partnerships from day 1. We immediately started working with our GSAs and with our local community entities, including self-help enterprises, just to kick off and get things going the way that we felt that they needed to go. So from the very beginning, we quickly put together some materials. Everything that we've disseminated has been in English and Spanish. We did door-to-door outreach. We've been sending this specific flyer out to every household every 2 weeks within the Chowchilla area. We've disseminated this flyer and others at various community events, including fairs, flea markets, food distribution boxes. And as I mentioned, we did do door-to-door for a while, and we were met with some challenges there, but we made the attempt. Recently, we engaged in an incentive and are providing all applicants that fill out the form $50 incentive. And based on that, we have had an uptick in interest in the program, but it is very difficult. It's one of those instances where you try as hard as you can, right? But you can always lead a horse to water, but you can't make a horse drink, right? So we're doing the best that we can as we go through this process. One of the other things that we recently participated in is a county resource fair, and are continuing to find new ways to reach out to the communities. Coordination. We partnered with Self-Help Enterprises with their Leadership Institute program, their Engagement Leadership Institute program, and we helped actually form that program with them. The program consists of day-long meetings with representation from Madera, Merced, and Stanislaus counties. We helped develop that program, which educates individuals on all the resources that are available to them in their communities, including the Chowchilla Management Zone and other drinking water programs. Within the program, we've included a curriculum, if you will, on explaining priority 2 areas. So we're not waiting to get to that point. I mean, we're here, but we're also wanting to be in the forefront of it and have all of those discussions and let people know what's to come. Within this partnership with Self-Help Enterprises, we're working, as I mentioned before, in developing a health and resource fair in Madera County. And lastly, I'll touch on collaboration. Collaboration is key in implementation, as are the other items that I've recently discussed. As I mentioned, we've partnered with the local GSAs to develop and launch a domestic well mitigation program last summer. The program requires that all new wells under this domestic well mitigation program are tested through our program. If those wells test high in nitrates, then we immediately provide drinking water, bottled water to those areas. If there's another constituent, which we've been testing for all 13 constituents from the beginning, we do refer them back to self-help enterprises to get them, there's resources that they need through that program. As we move forward through our implementation process, we've also considered and have done quite a bit of recharge. Chowchilla has been fortunate enough under the governor's executive order to do a significant amount of recharge this last year to improve aquifer levels. During this recharge process, the CMZ has convened a call with Sustainable Conservation, Madera County, to discuss the water quality analysis that Sustainable Conservation is currently doing on behalf of DWR. Madera County and the CMZ are sharing water quality data and recharge information from 2023 to analyze what trends are occurring from active recharge and additional monitoring that may be necessary. As we continue to move forward, some of the next steps include working with our public water systems as identified in and around our 5 initial focus areas to determine their needs and wants, assist in convening a health fair in Madera County, as well as partner with our local health care providers to get the information out to everyone that we possibly can. We'll continue to assist Sustainable Conservation in Madera County with continued water quality testing in locations currently receiving safe water supply from CMZ to assist in developing the information that they need on these recharge effects. And we are already coordinating with the Madera Priority 2 as they form their management zone and implement a testing and water supply program, just as we did. Thank you. Next up, I'll turn it over to Tess, who will present on the Cahuilla Water Foundation.
Thank you, Christina. Good afternoon. Sorry you have to see me again here today. Just going to give an update for the Cahuilla Water Foundation. And Cahuilla, let's see, go to the next. Just to orient you, is not a large management zone, not one of the largest by any means, but it is the areas that surround Visalia and the cities of Tulare, and is in the heart of where we have a lot of issues with respect to nitrate. Right now, the Cahuilla Water Foundation is delivering bottled water to 253 households. In the implementation of the Early Action Plan, which has now become the interim and emergency drinking water program, just looking at 2023 directly, 79 in-person events have been, we've attended. The young man, Jacob, who is out manning our booth, does a fabulous job. Really enjoy having him on our staff. He is our primary outreach person, and he goes around and he loves his job. And he has interacted, keeps track of kind of how many interactions he has with people. And over that year in 2023, approximately 7,000 interactions. My example here that I want to talk about today is, we talked a little bit about initial focus areas this morning. I also mentioned that it's iterative, right? Just because an initial focus area is stated within the management zone implementation plan or not stated within the management zone implementation plan doesn't mean that we're not adaptive and we're not iterative. And so I'm going to provide an example of that here today so you can see how we adjust as things come to us in this program. And I'm going to first, we had an initial 5 to 6 initial focus areas that are identified in the management zone implementation plan. One of those areas was not the Yokel Mutual Water Company, but it is near and around the areas of Tuleville and Lind Cove. So the Yokel Mutual Water Company has 35 connections, and it serves a population of approximately 95. They have a single untreated, relatively shallow well, which provides water to this very small community. They had in 2021 and 2022, self-help monitored their water levels because there was fear that it would go dry under the drought conditions. Fortunately, they dodged that bullet. The well did not go dry. However, and this is a picture of the well here in the background, even though the well did not go dry, well, let me talk a little bit more about the community itself, and then I'll go into what happened afterwards. So these areas. Each home has its own septic systems. The lots range in size from a third to an acre. Some of the properties are abandoned within the system. Based on the 2020 census data, the community was not initially determined to be a disadvantaged community. However, now they are working with self-help in order to complete the process to petition for DAC status, because clearly we believe that they probably do qualify. So they are working to accomplish that. All right, stay there for a minute. So in 2023, in August of 2023, even though the well did not go dry, Yokel Mutual Water Company was issued a compliance order from the Division of Drinking Water for failure to meet the MCL for nitrate. The minute that happened, and it was the result of two tests, one on August 3rd, where that was at 14 milligrams per liter, and then a week later on August 10th, it was at 15 milligrams per liter. Once that happened, the Division of Drinking Water contacted the Keweenaw Water Foundation and said, what can you do to help? The Keweenaw Water Foundation immediately started working with the community member. Her name is Susie at the Yokel Mutual Water Company. She's one of the residents there. She's also, as we all know, sometimes in these small communities, there's always somebody who steps up and is that natural leader within the community. So we went to Susie and worked with Susie to immediately work to enroll and offer to enroll to those folks within Yokel the services as offered by the Keweenaw Water Foundation to receive bottled water. By September 5th, we had received 16 applications from the residences within Yokel. We immediately organized water trucks to delivery trucks through our service provider. It took 2 delivery trucks to start making initial deliveries by September 14th. So between late August and 2 weeks later, we had water being delivered to the Yokel Mutual, the homes within Yokel Mutual Water Company. We worked tirelessly with Susie. We were able to get 95% of that community enrolled for our bottled water delivery program. We offered to go door to door. Susie said, you know what, these are my people, let me do it. I think that's where we need to go, right? We need to respect what our communities want. We're here to provide the service. We worked with her and her folks in her community. We said, you know what, we want you to do it the way that you're comfortable, and let us then help you. We provided her the materials. She went and met with all of her, the folks that she knows in her neighborhood. And again, we were able to get 95% of the enrollment because of her in working with us versus us trying to do it on our own. I think that's a clear need and collaboration with respect to all of these programs. She did talk to everybody, and some people just didn't want to accept the service, and there's nothing we can do for that. So just to put that as an example of how we have iterated, we have now made the Yokel area an initial focus area. Besides just nitrate, their well has some other issues. I believe it's lost power supply. So it has some additional infrastructure issues that also needs to be addressed in order to help get Yokel back online with a safe well that meets drinking water standards. In doing that, the Keweenaw Water Foundation has been talking with self-help enterprises, as well as the Division of Drinking Water and the Division of Financial Assistance, to see what help might be available to get them the power supply that they need to repair the well or dig a new well, in trying to make sure that the Yokel Mutual Water Company gets back on track. In the meantime, we will continue to provide bottled water to this community until that can be resolved. Thank you. All right. Kings is up next. Oh, oops. Took the clicker.
Just so you know, I had a joke with Tess earlier about always following her. She's so smooth in her presentation. So I apologize for my unsmoothness here. Jennifer just left, but I wanted to point out to her, I tried to put out as few words as possible as I tell you this tale about the Kings Water Alliance and our outreach efforts. Just to follow up with the other management zones, I want to give you a sense of where we're located. We are in portions of Fresno and Kings and Tulare County. Our priority 1 areas include the Kings Subbasin and the Cahuilla Subbasin. Our major municipalities include Fresno, Clovis, Reedley, Dinuba, as well as Soma. So I'm going to tell you a tale about our outreach efforts that is going to involve mapping. I'm going to start here with this blank slate on the screen, and then I'm going to kind of do a layering approach as we move through the community, looking at both how we've outreach to community priority 1 areas, as well as our severely disadvantaged communities and our disadvantaged communities. So where did we start? Great question. We started with the analysis that was completed in our preliminary management zone proposal, as well as updated in our management zone implementation plan, our nitrate analysis. If you're looking at the map on the screen, the orange and red areas are those of potentially impacted by nitrates. So you can see there are quite a few areas in Dinuba, Ridley, Orange Cove, actually spread throughout our management zone. Approximately 5,800 potentially impacted wells, serving a population of approximately 82,000. We calculated it out at 45% of the domestic drinking water wells in our sub-basin here are impacted by nitrates. So we're going to go through this layering approach. First thing that we're looking at in the maroon are the hatched areas of the severely disadvantaged communities, as well as the disadvantaged communities. But we also need to factor in where we have rural residential. These are the most urgent needs for drinking water solutions that we have in the area. So those are described, again, shown on the map in the maroon hatching, and the black areas on the map are those rural residential that are outside of the severely disadvantaged communities and DACs. But we need to be conscious that we're serving both of them. So what did we do in order to serve both of them? Well, we got out into the community. If you can take a look at the map here, you're looking at purple points that represent where in the community that we outreach to. Just to give you an overview of where we've outreached to and some of our numbers, in-person meetings hosted by KWA, we have approximately 10 of those with over 200 in attendance. We held those in various locations such as Selma and Kerman, but we also did tabling events. We went to communities out there, and we saw earlier today where our tabling events, what our table looks like, advertising the services of the Kings Water Alliance. We went to resource fairs, school events, farmers markets, health events, over 112 community events and 15 communities with an approximate attendance of 12,000, 6,500 flyers distributed. We received over 150 well test forms and that were distributed, as well as over 75 applications. Food banks are another outreach effort that we undertake. 135 food banks were visited throughout the Kings Water Alliance boundary, totaling almost 14,000 flyers distributed, 35 well applications, over 100 well test applications at food banks. Also, we distributed flyers outside of the events that I previously mentioned. The flyer count that we distributed was approximately 24,000 in 46 communities, including college style, where you're able to tear off the information about the Kings Water Alliance. Additionally, we outreach to employers, packing houses, other dischargers in the management zone. We did approximately 20 facilities and distributed out over 1,000 flyers. So I added a couple other layers here so you can see that we continue to outreach not only to severely disadvantaged communities, but also all the rural residential. The purple circles that are on the screen represent digital flyer distribution, social media and targeted ads, email updates and website views, as well as local media, local news coverage on ABC affiliates, as well as Spanish radio. Just to name a few, our social media and targeted Google ads reached almost 1 million people. Our digital flyer distribution, we distributed it to 7 school districts And we estimated the enrollment of 41,000 during, for those school districts. Last but not least, what I've added in the final layer here is mailing zip codes, partial or full mailing zip codes that received our flyers. English and Spanish, as well as tear-off postcards that included envelopes that were sent back to us. In total, we have sent out over 200,000 mailing postcards, tear-off postcards, and targeted mailers since 2021. What has that resulted in? That has resulted in approximately 2,700 applications submitted to date. This is March data. As you can see on the map, you can see the circles in brown. The applications that we have received are throughout our management zone. That has been as a result of our layered approach to our outreach efforts. To date, actually this week alone, we reached our 1,000th well test. If you look on the screen here, we have the results of many of the well tests that were performed. We are at an approximately 44% rate for nitrates above the safe drinking water standard. As you can see, again, these well tests have been performed throughout our management zone. And finally, not only are we providing bottled water, which are the dots that are in the blue-gray on the map, we also have 3 fill station locations that are available. To date, we are providing bottled water to over 550 residents, and bottled water and fill stations, we are providing daily anywhere from 60 to sometimes over 250 gallons per day to people at our fill stations in 3 locations, Kerman, Dinuba, and Hanford. As we move forward in our outreach, we are going to continue this layered effort of our outreach activities to our initial focus areas, focusing not only on what services we are offering for short-term bottled water or water solutions, but as well as long-term water solutions. That will again be focusing on mailing addresses, table events, community events. We have already hosted 1 webinar, 1 in-person event, and 1 meeting in an initial focus area as we work on simplifying our messaging and focusing on small group meetings in these areas. Next, I will turn it over to Samir for the Tule Basin Management Zone update.
Thank you, Deborah. Initially, I wrote good morning on my notes, but I can't really tell if it's afternoon or evening now. So nonetheless, wanted to thank you all for your engagement today. My name is Samir Trehan. I'm here on behalf of the Tule Basin Management Zone. Just to go over the service area, we have a population of over 120,000 residents, 22 public water systems, and we are located in Tulare County, most notably the city of Porterville, Plainview, Strathmore, Tipton, and other communities. For the purpose of today, I wanted to highlight some of our outreach efforts that we've engaged in since the implementation of the EAP. I would also like to describe how we have engaged with the community on the management zone implementation plan. As you've heard from the other management zone leaders, community outreach is integral to the success of implementing this program. We have been thorough in documenting the interactions at each of these events in order to find out the best way to serve our residents. We do provide a monthly update to anybody that is interested, and so if it's provided in a monthly newsletter. If you are interested, please go ahead and email info@tulebasinwf.com, and we'll send out information such as the events that we attended and upcoming events. Since EAP implementation, we have attended 240 events and had over 19,000 conversations with individuals at local food pantries, food distribution sites, schools, church events, and other resource fairs. Our primary outreach coordinator, Patricia, you may have met her outside, is always thinking of new ways to engage with the community. and we're very lucky to have her. Here are some of the metrics that we've been tracking since EAP implementation. So we've received 466 what we call inquiry forms or applications, tested 179 wells, retested 12 of them, and found 77 wells to be above the nitrate standard. And currently we're delivering bottled water to 96 homes. There are 4 fill stations within our boundaries, 3 of which we collect monthly usage data on. So you can see from 2021 to up to last year that we're up to almost over 340,000 gallons of water consumed. I wanted to take a moment to highlight our annual resource fair that both the Tule Basin Management Zone and Tule Basin Water Foundation hosted for the 3rd year in a row. It actually took place last Friday at the Porterville Veterans Memorial Building. We had 25 participating sponsors, including the Eastern Tule GSA. There was also free food and bottled water for all attendees. The event really aims to provide a space for residents to attend and connect with all the community resources. And it's also been a great way for us to inform residents of the resources that the management zone can provide, and as well as build relationships with community members. According to the Porterville Recorder, there were over 200 families that attended last Friday. We've also engaged with stakeholders through our advisory committee, and this meets every other month. We have 5 elected members, 5 interested parties, and any other individuals that would like to participate. We use this as an opportunity to provide regular updates on our EAP implementation, MZIP-related activities, and outreach events. And more importantly, it's really a place where we can engage with community organizations and receive feedback on our program implementation. With that, I wanted to provide a few updates on the development of the MZIP, as well as what we've done since the reports were submitted back in September. So during the development of the MZIP, we attempted to engage with community leaders and consultants, and you can find the conversations documented in Table 4-9 of the Tule Basin MZIP. We reached out to 17 public water systems and communities, and 12 of them were responsive, and this was all prior to submitting the report. We felt that these conversations were crucial in really understanding real-time data on drinking water issues and potential solutions that are already in place. And so it really helped us inform our initial focus areas. We also generated a survey that we've been taking to our outreach events after submitting the MZIP. And so it's related to concepts in the long-term drinking water solutions to really get feedback from the public on what they feel the management zone should prioritize and implement over the coming years. So I just want to share a couple responses, and these surveys are provided in both English and Spanish. We have only received 18 so far, but we have tried to design the questions to be as easy to understand as possible for the community. Oh, state that. So 42% of the residents responded feel that solutions should be implemented as quickly as possible, while 23% of them believe that the solution should be cost effective. Residents also feel that factors such as population, water source, and existing drinking water status assessments should be taken into consideration when prioritizing projects and implementing solutions. 43% of the residents that responded would be in favor of having a point of use or point of entry system installed in their homes, and we received 13 responses identifying those systems as a practical long-term drinking water solution. We'd also sent out a postcard to areas of high density of domestic wells in elevated nitrate conditions as a result of an analysis conducted for the MZIP. The following communities and surrounding areas were found to be are considered our initial focus areas: Plainview, Teviston, Tipton, and Woodville. Some common issues in each of these initial focus areas included degraded water quality, concerns about the source of water and how dependable it is, communities having a disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged status, and technical, managerial, and financial or TMF capacity. With that being said, I wanted to highlight some of the current efforts that are taking place in these communities towards long-term drinking water solutions, such as projects, community partnerships, technical assistance, and future planning. For example, in 2017, the community of Plainview received Prop 1 funding for water infrastructure improvements. The community of Tipton was able to utilize American Rescue Act funds to install a new well and implement other improvements to their system. Stantec Consulting is assigned as an administrator for the community of Tevidston in 2021 and is planning to pursue several improvements for their system. And then last year, Woodville received funding from the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund to construct a new well. I wanted to share this to demonstrate that we really are working to understand and document the needs of the communities that we serve. And we feel that by familiarizing ourselves in the existing problems and solutions, we'll be able to better identify any gaps and efforts that need to be made. Ultimately, we do want to ensure that the goals of the nitrate control program are met while securing long-term drinking water for all of our residents. With that, I'll hand it off to Perry Clausen from Valley Water Collaborative. Thank you.
Well, good to see you all, Chair Bradford, and members of the board. Shout out to Mr. Baggett. I like that conversation early on. You should have all your binders of all the things you're going to be involved with. I really appreciate that. That experience is going to come to bear. So Valley Water Collaborative, I have the distinction of being the last speaker, and I think I have a half an hour, right? Chair Bradford. 35 minutes? Okay, well, we'll keep it at 30 minutes then. All right. No, I'll run through this quickly here. Okay, so Valley Water Collaborative was formed in 2020 along with the other nonprofits in our area and the advisory groups. We administer two basins. We're an administrative type organization. We're really looking for economies of scale in how we manage this program. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later, about why we think, especially the collaboration. These groups that you just heard from, we talk a lot. We meet once a month. We exchange ideas. I won't say which ideas they borrowed from us or which I borrowed from them, but we are really trying to figure out how to crack this nut. How do we get these people to apply to a program that's free? And I will never forget one of our first tabling events in Turlock when we had a poster that says, "Is your water safe to drink?" I remember somebody walked by going, "Oh gosh, they're trying to scare us into something again." And that's the challenge we have for two things: water safety and free. I mean, it's just hard because the solar people have preceded us. They were trying to give free solar panels for what, 20 years now. And what did that turn into? And there's skepticism amongst the public that we really have to overcome. And I think we're close to finding what that is. And I'll talk about that in a second. So far, I need my reading glasses. We have 1,250 applications. We have 690 wells that have been tested, and we're delivering water to a little over 500 residences at this point. You can see the nitrate levels in your screen better than I can. 70% of the wells that we've tested, which are focused in the areas that we knew had high nitrates, those are showing up as exceeding the nitrate standard. We go back and retest the wells once a year for any well that's between 7.5 and 10. So we've been going back to these wells. We're going to have some data for you pretty soon on whether those numbers are going up or down. Anecdotally, it's some are up, some are down. There's no real trend of worsening water quality based on going back to those wells. And so this is a map of our two basins. We have an awesome database that shows our applicants are pretty well spread across all of our region where the red is at. You can barely see that. Most of our central and western areas have high nitrate. So that's where most of the applicants are coming from. That's where we're focusing on. And then the replacement water on the right, the blue dots, are where people are getting bottled water from us. So we're getting, I believe, really good coverage of our area so far, but we're not there yet. We, in our initial analysis, showed about 4,000 wells that could be between 7.5 and 10. And we've gotten about 1,000 applicants. So we're not there yet, but we're making progress, I think. So the initial focus areas, you've heard a little bit about that. I'm really excited about this. I think you all have driven the valley. This is a vast area. And you think about taking on an area like we have. Modesto and Turlock Basins take you from one corner to the next, an hour and a half to drive across. We've got to focus our efforts or we dilute ourselves too much, I believe. Kings especially is a huge area. So we've used these, the metrics tests explain disadvantaged communities, the density of wells, areas where we know there's high nitrates. Now we have a really good idea based on where we're delivering water. And then we try to put these areas, they ended up being very near public water systems, because consolidation is going to be one of the tools. We know that that's a priority for the State Water Board. And if we can help get some of this consolidation going as one of the options for the long-term solutions, we're going to be pursuing that. So then one of the things that we have to do, and again, you've heard a lot of this, we want to work with the folks that are local and that already have boots on the ground, the County Department of Health, the public water systems, especially the folks we're visiting. They're very keenly interested in helping us. Many of them have islands. So we have a Turlock where you've got sections of that town where they're still on wells. So they're really looking to help us. And then the other thing that we're going to work on, and we have already, is we have, as you saw on that map, good representation throughout the area. We're going to get in touch with those folks and say, come to our IFA meetings. You know us, help us sell our program to these individuals and help us move this to long-term solutions. And then there's a lot of money, as somebody also mentioned, a lot of money being spent by the state in these areas. We want to find out where all these projects are, working with Department of Division of Drinking Water on that. We were working with SAFER as well to try to identify where's this money being spent, where's feasibility analysis being done, so we can make sure we don't duplicate efforts, and then prioritize where we can get the most done the quickest. And then, of course, try to pursue state and federal funding for any infrastructure improvements that might be made. And same with us. We're all working already with these communities. This is one here in our Hillmar and Ceres Houston area where we're already, we've got these community groups we're working with, or we're distributing flyers, yard signs, going to all these events with them. And then also putting yard signs out throughout our region on private property. And then one of the things that we've developed, I'm an old magazine guy. I used to be a journalist back in my early career. Can't get away from print. So we're coming up with a little brochure for each of our IFA areas, as a map of the IFA area, who's getting drinking water, where those areas are, there's high nitrate, who's the community organizations, and then some background on CV salts. Because when these folks sit down, and I've been in so many of these meetings, they have no idea. They don't even know who the water board is sometimes, much less what is a management zone, what's a nitrate control program. So we want to have that in a little easy to read document. It'll be on the website, of course, for those that are that use those. But I guess overall, in going to meetings so far, it's mostly the homeowners, and they tend to be older folks. They tend to be, in general, and I don't have data on that, but anecdotally, it tends to be older folks that like to look at hard copies of things. And so another thing that is very thorough with all of us is this well testing application process. We make sure that our residents, they're applying through website or the phone but through those two mechanisms. If they're eligible, they go to our lab right away. Our labs are on contract. So far, we've been doing really well with quick going out to do the sampling, and then nitrate we get usually in 48 hours after the test is performed. We're sending them some EPA or State Water Board, a guide for private domestic well owners. I was lectured by Darren Polimas once, not long ago, that these people need to realize they're on their own water system. It's not a city, but they have a water system with responsibilities to make sure that system's good. This guide is awesome for that. And then we have bottled water delivery instructions, who to contact. We make sure they know, call us if you have any delivery issues, and then information on whatever contaminants they have. And then they have an option of getting 1, 3, and 5 gallons. As mentioned earlier too, about somebody having a hard time carrying that 5 gallon. I think all of us probably would. So we offer them 1 gallon if they need that. And the same thing in the other areas. And again, we always tell them, call us if you have any kind of issues. And then this is some of the materials that we send on some of the, not only nitrate, but the other contaminants that we're testing through the SAFER grant, which I'll talk about in a second, by trying to get them good, usable information to understand what it is that they're having in their wells. So we were one of the first to get a SAFER grant from the State Water Board program. Excuse me, we've been testing now for almost 2 years now And you can see the numbers on the right-hand side. Again, the most common contaminant that I mentioned in a previous meeting is uranium. So we're seeing almost half the wells having high uranium exceedances. And 1, 2, 3, TCP and such are, and you can see the rest of them as they digress down the list of exceedances. One thing that we have learned in our survey of the applicants is how are you hearing about us? And that is really driving what we're doing now and focusing, and that's our bottled water recipients. You can see here, it's that a neighbor or a postcard, which we're assuming you got a postcard, you applied, and then you told your neighbor about it. So we are too incentivizing our recipients, saying we'll give you $50 for every person you refer to our program. And we've had a few people, our busybodies, we love them, and that have gotten 5 or 6 people to apply. So we really want to take advantage of that, not only for new applicants, but when we get in these long-term planning efforts, that we take advantage of these people that trust us, know we're here, we're not just fly-by-nights, so they can give help us expand the outreach on our program. And this is what I just mentioned about the bottled water. We're also sending them little newsletters to our recipients, again, to try to establish ourselves as good sources of information. We have information about the program, couple hundred words, and then a wellness tip, a little thing of what you ought to think about because you got a well, you should watch out in this one about having animals around your wellhead. So we also have been calling our recipients about this incentive program because we're not getting that great of a response out of 500. So we're just calling people, asking them what do you think about the water delivery and such. And so far, I'd say 99.9% are loving the program. That 1% was, they said they were delivering the water on Monday and they came on Wednesday and I want my water. Well, anyway, that kind of thing, we get complaints because some people want the water when you tell them. But anyway, the point being is that we want to build a relationship because we think there are ambassadors out there. They're the ones that are going to help us in addition to our postcards and all of the other things we do. Speaking of postcards, you can see the numbers there. One other thing from our surveys we found is they apply after they get a postcard. They saw us at a farmer's market. They saw us at the food bank. They saw us at a number of places, and they finally gets through them that maybe we ought to apply to the program. And plus, we're trying to make our messaging, English and Spanish, of course, as simple as possible. Don't put a lot of words in a postcard because people just want to read and understand it quickly. And then we also have been reaching out to the irrigated lands folks in our area. We sent out a letter a little over a month ago to all the growers who had nitrate exceedances. Their data is on GeoTracker. So we sent them a letter and said, hey, apply for free bottled water. If you got a tenant or if you got a house, apply to the program. So far, we've only got 26 out of that 400 letters that we sent out, but we'll keep reminding them, try to get those numbers up higher. So then, I don't know, this is just going to flash through some of our outreach we're doing. We've been on the radio, newspaper, TV spots. We've got some pretty good publicity so far, and it helps. You know, all these things are helping us get more attention. Email blasts to a pretty huge list that we've developed. And then we held a community outreach meeting. We're partnering with other groups to do the same. You saw our booth out there with one of our specialists out there with outreach, and we go, as all of us are, every place somebody lets us in, we set up our booth. We don't care what it is. We sponsor our own, or we'll just go try it out and see if we can get folks to apply to our program. And then the flyer distribution, street distribution, we're canvassing the neighborhoods much as we can. Here's some more of the social media. You can look at all of this later. And then targeted canvassing that we did. We put about 6 months of effort into canvassing about 1,000 residences. We had about 300, a little over 300 conversations. We had 200 that said that they were interested in it, and we only got 16 applications. And we put it on hold for now because we're getting more applications from the incentive. We're even thinking about bumping it up to $100. I go to my board to see it because the money we spent on this and other things, it may be the dollar for the value. We may be better off and folks to be our ambassadors to their neighbors. So I think that's about it. The resource fair that we put on, similar to the others, and really just taking the information that you saw this earlier, take the information these people are telling us and try to capitalize on that to make this program a success. So that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Perry. I mean, I guess my overall impression from the last, 6 speakers is that everybody's giving it everybody gets an A for effort for sure. And it's a steep hill once you get the low hanging fruit to respond and participate. The rest of them are going to be more effort and more money, maybe more incentives. But I'm impressed by the level of effort you guys have all put into it, and keep it up. I think there is probably some kind of a multiplier effect too, that once you reach a certain threshold, and the people who haven't participated feel like they're the holdouts and they'll want to be part of the crowd, hopefully. So thanks for everything. Any other comments?
Yeah, make comments. I just want to express my gratitude, obviously, to the management zone reps. I think it really exemplified the amount of effort that has gone into obviously outreach and dealing with the immediate issues of providing, obviously clean drinking water for folks that need it. So I do want to acknowledge that, and acknowledge obviously the participating growers, obviously, that are funding this effort. And it is, again, as I mentioned before, it just underscores the complexity of the issue that we're dealing with, which is the legacy impacts of agriculture, the needs of food today, and obviously the need to provide clean drinking water, again, for folks that need it, particularly those in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. So thanks again. This is obviously a point in the process. Certainly no decisions today. We have permits forthcoming in the process, and certainly that'll be a next point to have this discussion. But obviously the things that are key is ongoing communication, transparency. Certainly to the EJ folks that no, Michael, you're still here, but others that aren't. I mean, if there are things that are not being done that can improve outreach, please share those. Those should not be obviously closely held secrets of any type. So I think everybody's on the same page here in terms of trying to get the word out. So thank you, and thanks to staff. Obviously, a lot of work's gone into this whole effort as well, and a lot is going to continue to go into this. So thank you, and look forward to continuing the discussion.
I wanted to ask the question. It might be a little bit far-fetched, but in doing your outreach and in addressing the concerns that we all are dealing with pertaining to nitrates in the water and the other contaminants in the water, I'm looking at it from the perspective of just state the facts. So nitrates is a problem. And, you don't want to scare people, but you already got people already up in arms and saying, I don't want to participate. But if they understand what nitrates is and how it affects their water, let that be what you advertise for them to say, you mean I want to test? I'm just saying, I don't know if that's the case, but we're trying to make it nice, and we need to state exactly what we're doing and why. You have problems with your water, and we are here because our position is to help you have better quality water, and nitrate is a problem. And do you know what it can do to you? Do you know what it can do to you when you're pregnant? Okay, let me just wrap up with my last comment. The other thing was, you mentioned that there was a point of use and point of entry for water. So I would imagine that's like reverse osmosis that may be given to qualified individuals. What qualifies someone to receive that service versus bottle or kiosk, bottled water or kiosk? Can someone answer that one for me?
So we dabbled in ROs, and then we discovered the bacteria issue. So one of the things then we went to the state and said, what do you do about this ambient bacteria? And long story short, we paused it until we figured out if the UV treatment is going to work. And that would be for an RO. The point of entry that we've dealt with under the SAFER program has been for 123T. I think we put in two carbon filters point of entry. But all the SAFER dollars, you got to report your income. You don't fit in, you don't map them. You got to say, I make X dollars, and then you qualify. I'm not sure, maybe the other management zones want to talk about how they have that qualification, but that's how we're doing it at Valley Water.
Okay, the reason I asked, because it's been a couple of years now that I sat in the room, not in the room, but we were doing Zoom, and I was questioning, you know, bottled water and kiosks, and people should have it come out of their tap. So the fact that you are now considering using a reverse osmosis system in certain households for certain individuals, I think that's a good thing. I think that's the way it should go. I was just curious as to what qualified an individual or a household to get that service. But all options should be there. You know, I've said it before, when people rent or buy a home, water is supposed to come out the tap and it's supposed to be safe. So the fact that you're looking at those options and considering them is a great thing. And so I think that just from, you know, the discussions that we've had, to have people come and speak favorably about what the management zones are doing is great. You heard from the people that had some concerns. So I think everybody is moving in a direction to try to address it. It's just that as quickly as we can to help serve as many as we can to help protect public health and water supply as soon as we can. That is the issue. But I do appreciate all of the feedback that I heard from every one of you today. I think we still have a long ways to go, but I think from where we started from 2018 to where we are now, progress has been made, and I'm just looking forward to seeing more progress and benefit, particularly for those that are at disadvantage and don't have that opportunity to access the water and find out a better way to continue to communicate with them. Thank you.
No, thank you, Denise. And I think the POE came up. Samir, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Thule did a survey of some of its consumers, and the consumer said, that's what we want. And so I think they're mirroring what your instincts are. And again, I think the challenge in even getting a separate message is that behind the scenes, there's a whole web of kind of testing systems and others, and that sometimes it is nitrates. Other times, SAFER is funding things for more than nitrates, and we absolutely enjoy that. I think that's the appropriate thing to do. So we can't just say, well, we tested it for nitrates. Still might have arsenic, still might have DVCP, 123-TCP. You're on your own for that. That's not a situation we want to be in. But the flip side of that is as Perry noted, SAFER is means tested. So you have to qualify for certain income thresholds to get a carbon filter to treat 123-TCP. And that's absolutely the complexity. I will say, you know, just kind of just an observation. When we and Denise, you were around when we embarked on this kind of journey, when we adopted the regulations, our biggest fear was that there would be a tepid response from the management zones on engagement, and that there wouldn't really be much innovation. That was our biggest fears. Would be a bunch of postcards and that's it, you know, a couple mail outs. And I really, really want to commend all of the management zones for really, really trying to innovate and going the extra mile in this sphere. It can be frustrating not to meet everybody, not to get every single home that needs it with testing and with replacement drinking water. But when I mentioned that I do believe that the management zones are rising to the occasion, this is one area where they have gone far beyond what I would have thought they would have responded to. I mean, there were comments when we started doing nitrate that, oh, we're not drinking water. What are you kidding? Were you kidding me? We'll deal with the salts. We're not drinking water providers. You're not a drinking water agency. How are we going to do this? And I think everybody has kind of put their heads together and done amazing work in this sphere. Certainly more needs to be done. But if there's kind of one, you know, really, really fantastic aspect to this, I do think it's the outreach. And certainly there's more to be learned, more to be gained. That's kind of why they pay marketers so much when they're really good at what they do. And I will say to Deborah and Christina that I know you hate coming after Tess, but you're closing the gap real well. Soon Tess is gonna not want to come after you because you're speaking very eloquently on the work that you're doing. Well, that's a whole nother matter. That's a whole nother matter. But every single one of these management zones, as they come forward to you and they talk about the work that they're doing, this is just a light years difference from where we were with our knowledge and our expertise. And certainly Office of Public Participation has been offering their help and has been offering their input throughout this process. But I think it's pretty fantastic. Again, we're looking to get those last few households, the last few people, their wells tested. I think Perry's hit upon one of the sweet spots and offer a little bit of cash. Sometimes that can go miles and miles to getting your neighbor to come along for the ride. But I do really want to commend everybody for coming in today, talking about what you're doing, because it is such a critical part of what we're doing here with this entire program.
Can I just make one quick clarification, I think, for all the management zones to the point that you were making, Board Member Kadara? We don't want to put in POU if we haven't done co-contaminant testing, right? Because we don't want to give somebody a false sense of security that just because we've tested for nitrate and we have treated for nitrate, that the rest of the water is safe. So that's where there's a little bit of lull. I think absolutely want to go to that and see that as, you know, an important component. And Perry is doing it now because he has co-contaminant testing. Thule is now doing co-contaminant testing. Chowchilla has been doing co-contaminant testing. Each management zone is coming online, but we want to be very careful not to put that in without doing the co-contaminants to make sure all contaminants are addressed.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying thank you for helping out the community. And it's heartfelt hearing the constituents that came out here today and testify how important of getting those clean drinking water bottles. That's very important. And I as a board, you know, sometimes I have to, and we have to look at it as the cup, you know, half full instead of half empty. So I think outreach is very, very difficult at times. You know, there's a lot of barrier out there, the known and unknown, and you know, some of my colleagues already spoke to it. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you for the work that you guys done. It's very challenging, and I applaud all of you, and I continue to waiting to hear more good news and more folks getting the better end of getting clean water. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Okay, I think with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all. And the next meeting is going to be in Rancho Cordova on June 20th and 21st. So we'll see some of you there. Thank you.